Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yo, Crims! Visitor is subbing in to wish you a good stream. Don't forget to hydrate. Oh, thank you, Visitors. I really appreciate it. I don't hydrate enough, to be honest. I always need to remind myself to drink more water. It's hard. Why is drinking water so hard? It's like, it's not hard to like drink water, but it's like hard to remind yourself to drink water, if that makes sense. Okay, let's flip up our farms, and then we gotta hand in our fish. I think we had a lot of fish from yesterday. And then maybe we'll do some pig grinding. Is it open? Wait, isn't there like an open version of it? I think Garmoth should have it listed if it's open. Garmoth.com. Forget to sometimes. It's okay. The day goes by so fast. It's hard to keep track sometimes. Yes, 100%. Maybe I can keep like a, I don't know, like an alarm or something. Like, oh, drink a glass of water every, I don't know, hour or something like that. And I even have like a water bottle like next to me, and it's still like not enough to remind me to like drink water. I'm always I guess dehydrated, but I don't notice that I'm dehydrated. I mean, by the time you notice you're dehydrated, if that makes sense. 5 p.m. on a Saturday night. Okay, let's do our dailies. Hi, Luna. How are you? Hi. It's time. We were just talking about drinking more water. Luna, do you drink a lot of water? Are you a water drinker? And I was just talking about how I never drink enough water. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm like dry. You know what I mean? In many places. And I need more water. That's a great solution. Keep some river water in your inventory next to your buffs as a reminder. Oh my god. Like a, what is it called? A mnemonic device? Do you know what a mnemonic device is, Visitor? Like something to just remind you. Like let's say you use a color as a mnemonic device. Like every time you see that color, you're reminded to do this or that, you know? So maybe I should do that. I should create a mnemonic device for drinking water. Are the redeems not working? Whoa. Whoa. Wait, the redeems are there. Oh my god. Luna, I'm so sorry. I didn't plug in my phone. I forgot to plug in my phone. I'm so sorry. Let me plug in my phone real quick. Okay, there we go. let me manually do the thing here. Bam.
It's dark?
It's dark?
Wait, that means you can't see me right now.
No, I can't.
Okay.
One day, guys, I want to get like a VR headset and maybe do that as well, you know, do what Villian does, you know. I don't know why I went to Carolyn. Okay, let's close that. Steve is gonna chase you down in VR chat. Who's Steve? Who's that? Like the Minecraft. Oh, you mean YoFam Steve? Does YoFam Steve play a lot of VR chat? Wait, this guy distracted me. I was like, wait, who's that over there? I got distracted. What the frick? YoFam Steve, the VR chat allegate. Wait, what happened? What? What allegations? What was allegated? What were the alligators? What's been allegating? Flirting with what? What? Is there a clip of this? I just want to see how, you know, how well he's capable of, you know, doing the deed, you know. That is a right. Hi, Creams. Oh, it's Garnier. I see Garnier. Do 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 do. Oh, right now. How about every time there's downtime, I take a sip of water, you know? Gotta keep reminding myself. Have we gotten any costumes? No. No costumes. We can probably do a tap today. Do I have any more Dawn Blackstones? 1. Dude, that's all I need. That's all I need to get the deck like Charizard, of course. Creams, yesterday I was hanging out in Wutaru's chat and he was talking about like voice acting stuff, and I was like browsing like different sites to just like, you know, just like poke around, you know, about like how to get started with that stuff potentially. And I found this website called Casting Call Club. And I'm just like looking through like the submissions that people have, you know, sent in to certain roles, and I'm like so impressed with so many of them. I'm like, damn, that guy is definitely, you know, that's why he's sending that in, because he's so good. What the frick? And a lot of the like the projects on that website is very like indie, you know, very like individual, just like organizing everything, trying to get like artists and voice actors and whatnot. Just like poking around, seeing what's up, sending one in. You know, I mean, I was thinking about it. I was like looking into it. I just, whenever, you know, I think I've explained before that I don't like my voice, but I've slowly gotten better at tolerating it, you know? And so I'm like trying to imagine myself saying some sort of line, right? Just speaking in a role. And I just cringe every time I think about it. Nobody likes their voice ever. There's just something about it. It's because you know, I looked into the science a lot of why we generally don't like our voice. Is because we have like a different sound, right? Whenever we're hearing our own voice, we hear it through our head, right? We hear it through our ears, if that makes sense. But if we hear it from like a different source, right, then it's unfamiliar to us, because the way we hear it from the different source, whether it be like a recording or something like that, etc., it's much different than how we hear ourselves in our head, you know, and that's generally the reason why we don't like it. The reverberations, yeah. Got a little time, baby. Sanguine is spawning, right? Yeah, Sanguine and Vel. Do 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 do. Look alone. I think that's all I need to do on my witch for now. Then let's go to our sort. Another thing I noticed when I was listening to like all the submissions, Crims, is people have such good sound quality. I'm like looking at the profile pages. They you know they have they set up their, what do I call it, their profile with all their equipment that they use and stuff like that. And I'm like unfamiliar with all of these like different things. And they have like, oh, sound treated rooms. What does that mean? Like sound treated rooms, you know? Oh my god, this freaking boat. It's like sound treated room office. I'm like, damn, I need one of those. I just have a room that's untreated. Right? I just want to get, I want to get a setup like that one. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have sound panels around my room. Just like basic ones. Wait, do I have computer setup? I have the link. Yeah. So the sound panels, if you look here, like in the back here, in the back behind my phone, those are my sound panels, and I feel like they're not doing very much. I don't think I set them up as well as I could, you know. And so I need like a better, like maybe like enclosed thing, you know, because whenever I'm like recording my own voice or hearing my own voice, I hear a little bit of hiss, if that makes sense. Even though I have noise suppression set up, there are fans going around. Like my computer has a fan, obviously, right? It's and then there's like, you know, the airflow from the air conditioning, central air conditioning thing, right? All of that is, I know it's like a very slight. But then when I hear, you know, the submissions of people who have like proper setups, right? Like very professional setups, it's silent. It's like completely like ASMR silent. And I'm like, damn. It's hard to notice right now because, you know, there's music playing, there's in-game sounds. It's like drowned out, right? Like the white noise of it is drowned out by the rest of the other sounds. But, you know, if you are doing recordings, you know, you can notice it if you listen carefully. And I do listen. Like I also tried cupping like my mic like this, and I noticed the sound quality does change a bit. And I'm thinking it's because my hands are like blocking the sound from the fan, if that makes sense. Like this is me without cupping my mic, and then right here, this is me cupping my mic. I haven't changed my like my mouth position, right? It's still like the same distance, right? And this is me cupping it, and then this is without cupping it. I don't know if you notice the difference. Me cupping my mic, and then me not cupping my mic, you know? Wait, a gift box! A gift box! Wait, does that... I don't think I did that yet. Oh my god, this song is so good. Let me restart it. I just want to listen to this song again. I'm trying to create a new playlist for 2025. And I'm trying to get like more aesthetic sounds. I don't imagine I can make it right. Will the box still be there? I should have just set up a character over there. I raised the volume. Is it okay on your guys' end? On Spotify? How long till the podcast, sir? In about an hour and 30 minutes until we start. Hi, Butters. Hi. About an hour and 30 minutes. And we have a special guest today. Ooh, get him, Sarybot. Get him. Sweet aroma of the cake. Oh shoot, I can still pick up the quest, right? Oh frick. The gift box? Yeah, it's here right now. And you should be able to grab the quest and just like hand it in. I miss like killing it, but I don't think killing it really gives that much, right? I just want to get my weekly done for it. What the frick? That's the wrong door. I kind of wish that the quest was from the Black Spirit instead of... What the frick? Did you get your what is it called? Graphics card, Fetters? Hey, Wispy, hi. Oh my god, the mob over there. Yes, it's still here. Let's go. Do. Do. We were talking about okay, it started off with like voice acting stuff, and I was hanging out in Wutara's chat yesterday and he was talking about like voice acting stuff, so I looked into like with different websites and like how to get started with that, and I found a website called Casting Call Club, and I was just like looking through other people's, you know, submissions for different roles because it's like public, right, when you like submit. Well, I don't think you have to like make it public, but most of the submissions are public, you know, which is probably better if you want to, you know, get people, you know, checking out you. And I noticed in a lot of the submissions, they have like really professional sounding like sounds, if that makes sense. And I'm like, I feel like I sound okay. You know, I feel like I have like a pretty good mic quality or like sound quality for my streams. But when I compare it to those people who have like proper, like I looked through their profile, right? They list all their like equipment and stuff, like, oh, they're using this user interface, like audio interface. They're using like, you know, this fancy mic, you know, and they have like the Rode NZ something like that, like the freaking $2,000 mic. And I'm like, damn. I'm like, and they have like sound, like, okay, they described it as sound treated office, and I'm like, what does it mean to treat sound? Does that mean like I'm like soundproofing my room or something, or sound, what is it? I don't know. And okay, so when I listen to my own like mic quality, like sound quality, I like, you know, you don't notice too much, right? Especially since there's music playing right now, or like in-game sounds or and stuff like that. But when I compare it to, you know, those setups that people, you know, submissions that people have sent in, theirs is like completely silent and professional, and like you can't hear any background sound. Even though I'm using like noise suppression, right, you can still kind of hear like the hissing sounds of the fan in the background and stuff like that. But again, you don't notice this as much because there's other sounds going on, right? But oh man, it's like crisp, like their quality is crisp, and I'm jealous. And I'm jealous, man. You got your GPU encased. Let's go. Did you already like set everything up, Funners? You already set everything up. You did. Let's go. Dude. Dailies is in 24 minutes, right? Dailies just in 24 minutes. I can send you a picture. Yeah. Yeah, go for it. And let's see it. Do. Oh, no. Wait. Are dailies in 24 minutes? Because I can still probably finish this, right? The RBF daily. Okay, let's do the RBF daily. Red Battlefield. This one. Oh shoot, weeklies Also reset, right? I don't know if I can finish the RBF weekly. Because it's a weekly, right? 300 crons. I think I might miss out on that. This one, dominate. I'm 15 out of 25. So maybe if I win this one, win the next two, I could maybe get the weekly done. Oh my god, that guy's so tanky. Oh, I killed one. Let's go. Let me know once you send it, voters. Hi, Zax. How are you? Just trying to get our RBF daily done. And then we also have the Old Moon podcast today, later in about an hour from now. No, I got grabbed. No, I got got. You're off from work. Let's go. More time for gaming, right? My on. I do so much damage. Oh, he 100%ed. My HP is cut. Oh my god. Hi, Vincent. How are you? We're just in the middle of an RBF right now, trying to get our weekly done or daily done. And then we have the open podcast later in about an hour from now. You got 3 demos in 20 minutes? Sheesh. Uh-oh. No, I'm getting got. Help. Oh my god, my HP. Ooh, I got one. Ooh, got one. The PvE game is so chaotic. Yeah. Well, the classes nowadays are just very fast, right? Just as it's a very fast-paced game. Oh, there's an event right now, like an RBF event, winter. So people are trying to get their daily and weekly done. Which is probably a really good way to get people into these kinds of contents. Uh-oh. Oh my god. We only gone multiple CC'd. Haven't seen this in a while. Yeah, Godbreaker. It's been a hot minute. Oh my god. People are so tanky. We got one. Let's go. How many do you get for winning one? Is it 5? 5. Okay, okay. That means I should have finished my daily, yeah. Maybe I can get another one in real quick. How do I leave Red Battlefield? Will it just boot me out? Can I just leave like this? Red Battlefield? Oh, flat. There we go. I've been doing a lot of bartering lately, spending all of my parlay with every refresh, but I just don't see how people make money from bartering. I made like 200 mil in 400 days. It comes from when you have like a surplus, like once you've gotten like all the blue gear and stuff like that. It's kind of like, you know how like you're grinding to get better grinding gear? Well, you're bartering to get better boat gear. That's kind of like the progression system, right? Because you don't buy your gear with money, with silver. You buy your gear in boats with parlay or crow coins using parlay, right? So that's kind of like how you view it whenever you're progressing in the boat gear, is that you're not progressing for silver using the boat gear. You're using the crow coins to get better boat gear to just do the bartering a little bit better, and then from there, you can convert some of that crow coins into silver for other uses. Same thing with life skilling, right? You life skill so that you can raise your life skill level to get better life skill gear, right? So I mean, right now you can't really get concentrated black gems, right? You kind of have to gather for it. So I think in the future you'll be able to buy boat gear with silver. I don't know if that's still like that's how it works right now. Like the blue gear. Can you buy the blue gear yet? Where is I guess this one. 2 weeks ago. So just very recently. How much is it? How much are the blue gear? Maybe that's the way to make money, right, Michael? Is I saw that the Carex are worth like 20-30 bill, and so maybe that's like the big way of making silver from boat gear now, or from boating or bartering or sailing, is making the boats, making the boat pieces, and then selling it for silver. That's just my thought process for that. I don't know if that is the case, if that's the best case right now. 35 bill. Sheesh. I have plus 10 blue gear on my Valor, so I guess that means 4 times 35. I'm bad at math, guys. 140 bill is my boat. Maybe even more because I didn't count for my Valor. It's kind of crazy. Who says in a guy he makes 1.5 bill a day? Oh, sheesh. Yeah, have you looked at Blue's guide, Michael? Maybe that could give you some more ideas on how to improve income from bartering. That is the case. Oh my god, my HP just disappeared. Oh no. No! Run! Oh my gosh. No. I did, but he doesn't say how he gets the money, just how to get started. Are there any like other guides out there, like more updated? Have you checked the sailing Discord? I know there is a sailing Discord, Michael, and you might be able to find some more resources over there. I haven't been bartering in a while, so I can't really say too much, other than it was something I did a lot in the past because it was something different to do. I got one, let's go. Oh my god, this guy has so much DP. Oh. We got another one, let's go. Do dailies reset in 4 minutes, or is it like an hour and 4 minutes? I can't remember. I know bosses are in an hour. There's daylight savings. Oh no. No, help. Four minutes? Ah, okay, okay. my gosh. There's so many bread people. No! I got kicked. Oh my god, I'm stuck in the thing. No. No, I'm stuck in the thing. This is kind of an interesting position. Oh, there we go. Got out. Oh my god. Get me out. Get me out. Hi, Wataria. Hi. We're trying to get our RBF daily done. RBF has been popping off lately. Oh my god. This Dosa. Even if you lose winter, you just need to do 2 RBS and you're finished the daily. Because I think if you lose, you get 3 seals. And you need 5 seals total to finish the daily. Should we make the move? Ooh, got one. Why do people have so much like defense and then they also kill you? I don't get it. They're so tanky and then they do so much damage. No, I can't see my camera. I should pick up the thing here. Just reset. There we go. Was there any other things I need to pick up here? I think that's it. No. Ba-dum, ba-dum. My camera. The camera angles in this mode is always so freaking... How do people see? How come I can't see and they can see? No. Wait, DJ, was there a genre you might have do it too? I was just inquiring, Wutara. I was just inquiring. Just a conversation starter. Because you were talking about voice acting. I'm like, oh, how do I... I'm trying to be a good chatter in your chat, you know? Engage. They play first person? Is that how it works, Sputters? Oh, I see. Oop, why did I do Arena Solaire? Red Battlefield. Okay. Bard. No, I can't go into the quick one. Wait, there's 60 participants in this one already? Oh, it's full. Which one do I go into? Red Battlefield. Maybe I just wait. You got another Debo Sax? Let's go. Okay, maybe while we're waiting for the Red Battlefield to get going, we can do a tap. Tappy tap. No! Oh my god, I freaking hate it when the freaking blacksmith goes home. What the hell? And this guy... we hate nighttime. There should be like a separate NPC, right? There should be like a guy who does the night shift, you know? Instead of Techthon, it's Techthan, you know? Can it just be that? Can it be that? 19 minutes. I think I could just join later, right? You get your sovereign this week? Let's go. Sovereign. When do you do your group bosses? It's not on the same days due to people's schedules, but I think this week we have it planned for tomorrow for the group bosses. But yeah, Blonde Bear has like a AB schedule. Same thing with Crims. Crims has like a different schedule. So it's basically on a different day each week. You're getting your second sovereign? Oh, she got your 100 flames. 100, numero 100. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. I have Uno costume here. Bam. Extract outfit. I think I have some more free costumes from just events and stuff somewhere here. Like this one, the dazzling outfit. I don't think I'll ever use the dazzling outfit. I'm pretty sure I have Winterland Soiree already. Do I have Winterland Soiree? I have the snowflake one. And it's whatever. Extract outfits. There we go. Do I have any more Quran stones anywhere? Not really. Okay, we need to pick up about 2,000 crons. Okay, number 11. The reason asking is if you do it early, can ask for your help to get your early runs after your runs. We won't do ours until like Sunday, but I want to get it sooner. Just need to do the black scare. Yeah, if you can get a group together, I don't mind helping, Mutaro. I don't mind helping. Okay, here we go. Number 11. Surely this time. Ah, unlucky. Maybe number 12. Do I have any dark rifts? I don't. I'm surprised I'm upkeeping, like I'm not even playing that much, especially like Monster Hunter Wilds, but I'm surprised I'm upkeeping the 3 taps per week, you know, because you get 3 per week essentially. Or like all the, well, potentially 3 or more, but I've been able to upkeep all of the Dawn Blackstone so far, which is just pretty awesome. So slow and steady, slow and steady. Okay, do one more red battlefields. RBF quick. Oh, was it closing soon? Was it getting full soon? Oh, you sent me the picture? Oh, Paul. Ooh, this is awesome. Let me put it on stream here. Damn, you got the big case. Holy, that's a giant one. Do you keep your tower on your desk or on the floor? Is that a survival knife on the right? Is that a survival knife? A multi-tool? Is that a multi-tool? Tempered glass. Handle with care. Tempered means it's like harder, right? Like hard glass. RBF has 76 people in one. Oh, sheesh. People trying to get their daily done. So regardless if I win or lose, I should be able to finish my daily today, or like after this one. Is Golden Pig? Oh, how do you know if Golden Pig's open? Oh wait, don't they have like the permanent version up? It's more efficient in cooling. Oh, is that how that works? Efficient in cooling. Tempered. Really interesting. Have you built a lot of computers, Zach? Are you a computer kind of person? I built my very first computer recently. Well, not recently, but about a year ago. And oh man, that was an experience. And I don't know if I want to do it again. Like if I'm going to upgrade a computer, I think I'm just going to like go to a computer shop and have somebody build it for me so I don't have the stress of needing to freaking build it myself. I'm getting gone. I built it myself, but my room is too hot for it. Oh no. You know, more ventilation. Okay, so that is like the one thing that has been on my mind as well, because I always want to have like a good sound experience for you guys. And so, you know, I've set up some like sound panels to potentially help with that. My door is kind of on the like not sealed kind of. It's not really that sealed. It has like clothes. I'm like hanging clothes over to like soundproof the room as much as I can. But at the same time, if something is like sealed, right? Like if something is sound treated, wouldn't it be like hot as well in my room? So that's another reason why I haven't really like, I've been like worried about potentially going to make the sound, you know, better. Is, you know, like sound treating my room is because it might get too hot, you know. Your room is soundproof? Ah. Do you do, why do you have your room soundproof? Do you do any like work involving like recording stuff? Sex? Like singing or like voiceovers? Huh? Oh no, I'm getting got. No. Help. I could send you a pic. Yeah, for sure. I love seeing people's setups. Do you happen to know a YouTuber called what was it called? Setup Wars? Well, that's not the YouTube name, but do you know the series Setup Wars? This YouTuber showcases a lot of like computer setups that people have done for their computer, and I always get like very inspired by those kinds of videos to make my room look neater and cleaner. Caster for League of Legends in Vietnam? Oh sheesh. Casting. I did casting once, Zax. It was for like the Dosa tournament, back when Dosa first released, and I was so nervous because I'm not really like much of a public speaker, right? I kind of just like, you know, be cozy in my own room and stuff like that. And so, I tried my best for the Dosa tournament. I don't really know how to like, what do you call it? Do you do that as well? Like, do you like generate hype, if that makes sense? Like you're like shoutcasting? Like like, oh, pentakill, you know what I mean? He stole the Baron, oh. You know what I mean? No, I'm getting gone. Oh yeah, Wutar was a shoutcaster as well for, it was like fighting games, wasn't it, Wutar? Or was it also League of Legends? Shoutcasting is more easy if you have a lot of energy. Yeah, I have like a pretty low social battery, if that makes sense. And so I can only try so hard until my social battery runs out, and then I'm just like, oh, what do I I don't know how to my brain shuts off. Victory! Sheesh. Oh my god, it's Smash. No, I got grabbed. At this point. Mm-hmm. Oh, is this you in the Discord DM Sax? Ooh. I'm zooming in. Enhance. Zooming in. Did you have to take the picture so far? Ooh, look at your setup with all like the sound panels. Sheesh. Early grind. Warframe player. Do you play? Oh, is this a Warframe right here? So no, you're good. You're good. It's I'm just screwing around, but it's a little far, you know. It's a little far. I have to like enhance zoom, zooming in. Ooh, what kind of keyboard is this? How much is like to get a setup like this? Like these sound panels. How much are sound panels worth? Because I was thinking, I was like looking at alternatives for sound panels, Zax, and I saw that you could maybe use like moving blankets or weighted blankets. Do you know what weighted blankets are? Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Weighted blankets. For like soundproofing and stuff like that. Or was it moving blankets? 200 USD. Ah. So something like this. Open. Where is it? Oh, open. Link image in a new tab. So something like this. It's like thick, heavy weighted blankets, and they're like $20, and you can like hang them around your room for how much, for however much you need. I don't know, maybe need like 3 or 4, and that might be like a cheaper alternative. And people said that this is like really good for absorbing sound. Like it absorbs sound like crazy, but it's gonna be probably really hot, you know. So. And maybe I was thinking of getting something to maybe like cover my mic as well, because I feel like my mic is picking up a lot of like background fan noise as well. Even though I'm using a noise suppression filter, it's still, I feel like it's still picking up a little bit of the hissing sound. Dang, I finished so many quests. Holy. Do we have a node war today? By chance? Nobody's just up, so probably not. I never noticed any fan sounds, but could just be me. It's hard to notice, Winter QP. So, oh, Wutaro, are you here by chance? Because I was looking, you know, when you were like sending me those links yesterday, I was just like clicking all, you know, I was like scrolling down and just like clicking at different like submissions and whatnot, or like projects for submissions and whatnot. And I found this website called Casting Call Club. And I was just looking through like the different submissions, and oh man, like, okay, so a lot of submissions are like public, right? And so I'm just looking through like the different submissions and hearing how people are like doing their, you know, their lines, right, to submit for the project or whatnot. And they have, some people have like really professional sounding sounds, you know, like you absolutely cannot hear anything. Like they have like perfectly sound treated rooms. And when I compare it to like when I like monitor my own, like, you know, on my headphones or like my earbuds to hear myself, I'm like, I can hear just a little bit of hissing. It's very not noticeable, but in compare, like when you compare it to the different like audios, right, like the different clips of people talking, and then I compare it to mine, like I can hear the hissing, but it's, you can't notice it now. Like it's almost impossible, it's hard to notice it now because there's so many things going on, right? Like there's the in-game sounds, there's music playing, right? Well, probably not music playing on the YouTube side because I have to turn off the music for YouTube. But if you're on the Twitch side, it's probably impossible to hear all like the background hissing until you like compare the two audio, right, between like my mic sound quality versus the like the professional people on that website. It's like, oh man, there's like a big difference that I notice. It's kind of crazy. The yeah, well, I'm like, I can't really move my computer in my closet, right? So I guess maybe I could like bring my mic over to the closet, like have like a line, like go into the closet and a line and just like click record and walk into the closet and then talk or something like that. But hi Garnet, hi. We're just talking about have you ever done like voice acting stuff, Garnet? Because Wutara was talking about voice acting stuff yesterday, and so I was just like inquiring like different stuff, and Wutara sent me a link to you know, like, you know, other voice acting stuff, and I just was like looking around and found websites that, you know, people you can, you know, projects to look at to maybe potentially submit for voice acting gigs and whatnot. Ready for tomorrow? Yeah, just RP stuff in D&D campaign and stuff. Because I was just talking about like mic quality and sound quality, because earlier one of my viewers was telling me that they had soundproofed or sound treated their room, and like it was like, you know, all the sound panels and stuff like that. And I was like looking into maybe potentially doing that to just improve the sound quality, the acoustics of my room. And so I don't know if you have anything like set up for that, or do you just have your mic and filters? Because your mic and filters can only do so much, right? Like there's like, I kind of want to say your mic and filters are like 80% of the sound quality, and maybe 20% of that is having like a proper room. Or I don't know if that's like the best ratio, but there's definitely some portion, like a good portion of your physical, you know, background, your like not physical background, but your physical, like where you are, right, the physical room that you're in, that really affects the sound quality, obviously, right? Whether you're in a big room or a smaller room, or a room that has like, you know, thick walls to maybe like block out sound and stuff like that. I'm not audio tech, but an XLR type mic is better for audio recording to YouTube. Yeah, mic like, you know, hardware setups, sorry, different hardware setups, for sure. 100, like there's definitely many different aspects to it to get the best sound quality. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, bit of an eye. You can do like get your, yeah, the position of the mic. I do have my mic like fairly close to my mouth, like a few fingers away, and also like the position of the mic too. Is I have it like at an angle, because if I talk directly 100% straight into the mic like this, you might hear some popping. But if I just move it off just a little bit to the side, it should reduce the amount of popping that you might hear. But again, like I'm like pretty good with the sound quality of, you know, my sound right now. It's just that, you know, there's always room for improvement, right? So especially like, let's say I don't want to use noise suppression, because I noticed that noise suppression does kind of cut out a lot of different qualities of your voice. Like if I go high pitched or something like that, like let's say I'm playing a scary game, I noticed that if I turn off noise suppression, it doesn't cut anything out. But obviously, like you might be able to hear the fan sounds if the noise suppression is not turned on. Lower the sensitivity. I've like messed around with a lot of different sound settings, Zax, and I noticed that some of the like if I have it like too loud, if that makes sense, like if I raise the sensitivity too much, it like peaks, if that makes sense. Like it like crackles, and so I have to like lower it a lot. Like the sensitivity is like super low, and I just raise it digitally. That's how I kind of like been going about it. I don't know if I'm also like not an auto tech as Winter said, so I'm kind of just like playing it by ear, tasting as I go, if that makes sense, for like cooking, but basically hearing as I go. And I'm just like, I'm sure Wispy knows, if Wispy's here. Wispy knows that I change my sound settings every stream. Like this is not the same sound settings that I had last stream. Like I literally mess around, like I watch my VODs over again for like content I can pick out, and then I hear myself like, why do I sound so crap at this point, you know, at this part? It's gonna sound like a cheap pickle. Oh damn, I've never heard of that phrase before, sounding like a cheap pickle, but I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Oh my god, Macho!
Maho Picker has raided the channel with 33 viewers.
How was your stream?
Maho Picker and 33 viewers raid the channel, bringing the party to the Raccoon Squad. Let's dive into thrilling gaming quests and make this raid an absolute blast together.
Absolute blast, yes. How was your stream, Majo? Welcome from Majo Pika's stream. My name is Jay. My name is Jay. I was supposed to say James. What the frick? That's James VT. That's my new JaykunVT. That's my new alter ego. But welcome, everybody, from Majo Pika's stream. My name is James. If your animal is raccoon, we're just doing our dailies right now. What'd you do on stream today? Hope your night is going. It's going very well. It's going very, very well. We are just biding our time until the Old Moon podcast with Blue and Blonde Bear. And we also have a special guest today, Dapper Dak. We have some fun topics to talk about tonight. Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break after your stream, Majo. So if you have to go eat or sleep or something like that, don't let me keep you up. Thank you again so much for entrusting me with your viewers. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm pretty sure I have everything set up. I'm just like thinking, yeah, I have my notes. I have my notes up. I guess I just need to set up my camera whenever like people are ready for camera setup and whatnot. And that's pretty much it. I've also been reaching out to a lot of different content creators to just come onto the podcast. Just like just reaching out here and there, just poking around. And I've already gotten a lot of different replies. Maybe we could have Majo on the podcast one future episode, you know. You can play Monster Hunter now. Let's go, Butters. Did you have to do any like in-game settings to optimize it further? Because the optimization for the PC, Butters, I'm sure you've heard the game is not the best in terms of optimization for PC. So there's quite a bit of just like settings that players need to do to just make the game run smooth. With all kind of new people joining in, that's so cool, yeah. Or the AI, rather. I don't know why I read that as Al. Yeah. The program that I'm using is called Frosty Tools. Frosty Tools. It's like again, an AI bot, and it's free to use, and there's some like premium features if you want to support it further, but it is free to use. I think the biggest thing for me for the program is just auto shout out. It just auto does the shout out for me. I did change some settings, but it's mostly fine. Let's go. What are you planning to play, Butters? What weapon? Oh, and whenever you get to the point where you can talk to Alma to join a squad, I'm in Moshi's squad, and there's like 50 people in there, so you can get some help if people are in the squad. If people in the squad are online. It makes it also much easier to like group up as well. I believe she should have a command to get her squad ID as well in her channel. Dual blades, yeah, dual blades is really fun. Where does that fail? Where does that fail? He's been playing dual blades a lot. He's like opposite time from us fudders, unfortunately. I need to start stream like 9 a.m. in order for that fail to be around. Which tomorrow I will be streaming tomorrow morning. We have our boss splits, group boss splits tomorrow at 9 a.m. Do. Okay. I think that's it for those dailies, and then we can do our other dailies again. Double up on the dailies. And then after dailies, we're pretty much ready to get going on the Oldman podcast. Imperial cuisine. Oh my god, I need to drink more water. Frick. I keep forgetting, guys. I keep forgetting to hydrate. Why is it so easy to get thirsty, you know, in more ways than one? You know what I mean? Right. The thirst can never be quenched. Ah. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Okay, box is done. Damn, we're getting a lot of loyalty. Doo-doo. Oh, I guess the weekly is reset too, so we can grab the horse weekly. Guess we can grab the fishing weekly as well. Crocdolos. Doo-doo. Go, go, go. No. Okay, feed the wooden horse. You have to feed it because there's a chance that the wooden horse bucks you off for some reason. Okay, that's done. Anything else we can do? Guess we'll grab all of this. Heck, I had 3 bill in there? When did I have 3 bill in there? Bum, bum. I didn't even know that's a thing with the wooden horse. Yeah, so the act of getting on top of a horse is what completes the daily and the weekly. And it doesn't have to be a real horse. It just needs to be the act of getting on top of something, I guess. But yeah, you can. Okay, the thing about this horse too, the wooden horse here, sometimes it's not there, Burgerium. So sometimes you gotta like switch channels, and so you just switch between your home channels, and usually it's there. But sometimes it's not there. So if it's not there, just switch channels, and you'll find it there, and then you don't have to like look for a horse. There is one daily that I don't really do anymore that gives you some horse materials. And that one requires you to hand in a horse to complete, but it's like not that important, so I just skip it. So I just do the weekly and the daily for the rural front routes, and you just need to get on top of a horse or some wooden horse to finish it off. And again, you do need lump of raw sugar. You can fail getting on top of it. So this one just like, guarantees it. I have so many stacks. I don't think I'll ever use these stacks. I have so many stacks. Ooh, what about anything here I can liquidate? Endless adventure seals. More stacks. I guess I'll take the loot scrolls, the artisan memories. Guess I'll take the storage. This one. The maid, I guess. I don't really need these. I guess we'll get that one, that one, that one. I guess we're getting all of it. we're just getting all of it. I think storage maids are more useful than the other maid. Do 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 do. Okay, there. Anything else? I should get back into the null grinding. I do have a lot of maps. And I think this is the map that I'm saving up. Yeah, this is the right middle piece. Origins of Hunger. Maybe I can make some more 300. I do need some more 300 stacks. Do I just use Origins of Dark Hunger to get this up to... Did they change it yet, guys? Did they change it so that the Origins give higher stacks now? Or is that not a thing yet? Maybe I wait. Because I remember seeing on the Global Labs one of those days that they were planning to increase the amount of stacks you get per Dark Hunger. Okay, Blue said he is setting up some stuff. Pretty sure it's live since last week. Okay. So should be ready to go then, if that is the case. Then I guess we'll just use all of these then. And I should have some Origins of Dark Hunger that I was trying to sell, but maybe I should use it for myself, actually. 15, damn. Dang, you're getting so much. Holy, that is a lot of stacks. Holy. That was a lot. These are great. Okay, that's another 300 stack down. And I think I'll just do that for all of my stacks going forward. Although I do want to get rid of these stacks too. Maybe we use these stacks for Gamba, you know? Gambling. Okay, guys, I'm just going to quickly use the washroom before we start this, the podcast. So I will be right back, like 2-3 minutes. Hello, I have returned. Okay, so Blue mentioned that he is going to be a little late. So we'll do the setup in maybe like 10-15 minutes. I guess this gives us time to do Velen and
System
Sangun.
says Dapdak has subscribed to the
Dapper,
channel.
oh my god.
Dapdak just subscribed. Welcome to the Raccoon
Welcome.
Squad, where gaming adventures and chaos reign supreme. Let's dive into epic quests together and make memories that sparkle.
Yes. How are you, Dapper? Welcome. It's almost time. I think we had communicated that we were going to be a little bit late. So we'll do, I guess we'll do the set. Oh my god, who's this? BDO guys, Black Desert Online, yup. So we'll get set up here in a bit. I have my notes ready. I pretty much have everything ready other than just setting up like the cameras and stuff like that. I didn't realize Blue was gonna have like a backup channel, or I don't know if it's like a backup channel, but just like a casual channel. Ooh. Do I still have my, what is it? I do. And then we do PvE. Just a little bit. Oh my god, it's Garnier. Garnier's so thick. Jesus. It's a good idea. Honestly, I thought of doing the same. Yeah. Especially if you want to play like different games and whatnot. Like, let's say you want to get into non-MMO content. That could be a different category. You know, I think people do that all the time with YouTube, right? They have their like gaming channel, and they have their like actual channel where they do like other stuff, or vice versa. I'm just cheering you on while you kill Sangun, Jay. It's about the team effort. I see. Poggies. Garney's very thick. No distractions, yeah. Party Sangun when, right? Sangun. Oh, Black Shrine. Have you done much of the party boss splits, Dapper? Do you have like a static? Dude, the rewards are pretty good. Dude, oh my god, I forgot to boof up. I guess we'll do this. You do them every week on hard mode? Oh sheesh, which bosses do you do, Dapper? Have you taken a crack at Prince? Deposed Prince. What does deposed even mean? Is it like exposed, but like not exposed, like deposed? Jigwi Bonghuang Utari Bulgosal. Oh. Exiled? Oh. So canceled. He's a canceled person. I see. He got canceled. Tummy issues? Oh no. Treason. I guess he was trying to take the throne from, who was it? Yanhua's brother. Oh my god, the freaking rocks. Not the rocks. Oh no, I got stunned. No. Oh my god, the freaking rock clipped me. That's so rude. No, the rock. I'm getting bad rock RNG. Okay, got him. Been a long time, baby. Okay, Sangoon down. Then we go for the weekly Sangoon. What did I miss? Nothing much, Zax. We were just doing dailies and Sangoon. And now we're doing the weekly Sangoon. Weekly's reset today, so get your weekly bosses in. It's Wutaru. Do, 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 do. This time need some alone. Oh my god, it's Hilo. Do, 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 do. You got some coffee and breakfast, Zax? Let's go. What kind of breakfast did you get? Where's the Sangoon guy? Oh, there he is. Oh! Help. What the heck? Why is my forward E like... Huh? Why is it locked? Why is forward E not working? Guys? My E is just not working. Did I break my E key? No, it's pressing on my thing. I don't get it, guys. What? Guys, my E is not working. Oh. Bond me? Oh. Oh my god. Guys, if you don't have your offhand on, you can't do certain abilities. That's crazy. Tuvala stave. Dose stave. I had no idea that was a thing. Now I can press E. Oh my god. So all of your E skills cannot be used if you don't have your offhand on. Oh my god, it's insane. Banh, isn't that a like a sandwich? Banh mi? Do. Flame? Any flames? Damn, no flames. Do. Do. Oh, Wutari, are you in a plat for, or Garnier, are you in a plat for Vel by chance? Not yet. X up in lines. Okay, okay. Alliance X. Thank you. I guess now would be a good time to set up the camera stuff. Let me set that up here. So we go to studio mode. Okay, and then we go to open the podcast. And then we go green screen, turn that on. That's good. And then we go to, where is it? Video Ninja. And camera to OBS. There we go. No audio. Start. Okay, let's put Blonde Bear in. Blonde Bear. There's Blonde Bear. Okay, Blonde Bear's on, and then we need to grab Mr. Dap. Put it under the guest one. Guest. There we go. Let's adjust that. Oh my god, it's so tiny. It's so hard to adjust it, and it's tiny. Perfect. I think that's good. And then if I do this, I should appear in the scent. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Okay, and then we just need to wait for Blonde Bear. Or, sorry, not Blonde Bear, Blue Squadron. Bleu. Sacre bleu. Are you wearing pants? Of course I'm wearing pants, Eric. You haven't seen my pants? Here, let's see. I have pants. I have thighs, okay? There's you haven't seen my my shoes? You have shoes as well, you know, the feet. Feet. Butters, what the heck? Your tail is long. Yeah, it's a pretty long tail. Many inches, yeah. Most of VTubers doesn't wear pants IRL. Well, it's more comfortable without any pants. Hello, Zax. Not just for VTubers. Hello? Do I still have my shake tail function? Do I still have that? That's still a thing. Wait, is it this one? No, it's like broken. Or is it maybe this one? Oh, no, no, no. Clothes in general, yeah. All casters and streamers. Home office. What about you, Dap? Do you just wear like a suit? I notice you always wear like a suit, something like very dapper. Is there also no pants? Do you also? I mean, nobody can tell. It's very relaxing, very breezy down there, you know. No pants? Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. Casters only need a suit and no pants. Is that what you do as well, Zax? You're a shoutcaster, right? You shoutcasting. Do you also just no pants, just like a suit on the top? You give more energy for the game. That's true. Yes. Yeah. 100%. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I just zoomed out. do, 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 do. Dap, have you ever done any voice acting work by chance? I was hanging out in Wutaru's stream yesterday and they were talking about voice acting stuff and I had inquired about it, and Wutaru was sending me some links and I found this like website that does like, you know, post projects of people who can like publicly submit auditions, and I'm just like listening to people's submissions. Some of them were like, you know, very not the most professional sounding, like there's no noise suppression, like you can hear the fan in the background for some of those submissions, but some people's freaking audio quality is like so crisp. I'm like, damn. And then I'm checking out their profile and they have everything like, you know, filled out, like they have their all their equipment filled out, like their kind of room set up. And I'm like, ah, damn, maybe I need to. Do you have like a room? Do you have like a sound treated room as well for your stream setup? You were approached to do it. For what kind of role? Kind of role? Like a cartoon, a film, indie project? Hundreds of auditions a month? Yeah, I can imagine. Dub, like an anime dubbing? Oh my god. Today, yes, Rita. You're just in time. It's about to start soon. Whenever Blue's just setting up some stuff on their stream, and so we're just biding our time at Vel. Surely we get a Vel's heart free. Ah, what the heck? No side treated room, unfortunately. Just had an audio engineer that works at a news station help me with my mix. Oh, that's nice to have somebody who knows what they're doing. I just had to like look up YouTube tutorials. I'm like, oh, how to make sound good. Just how to sound good on OBS. I think I could just go to safe zone. There's a lot. There's, guys, the most frustrating part about like stream setup is not the visual stuff, what you see on screen. The visual stuff you see on screen is the easy part. I'm sure Dap can also attest to this, but the sound part is just so annoying sometimes, like audio splitting everything, making sure everything's like split properly so you don't get like copyright strike or something. Make sure the sound balance is okay, etc., etc. Oh my god, it's so much. It was the lighting. I don't have to worry about that. Luckily, I don't have to worry about the lighting. My lighting is always good, you know? It's just... you can always see my face perfectly, you know? So I watch another streamer who often peeks and watches YouTube videos too. Quiet. It's borderline painful. Yeah, it's... the sound balance is really important to make sure that you know, you can hear everything properly. Like I like to have my sound in game very like subtle, and then it's the music, and then my voice is the most, you know, generally the most prominent at the forefront, you know. Oh, they're doing guild bosses. Maybe I can just stand in for the guild bosses. To stand there for like the mudster while I'm doing the podcast. Okay, mudster is over here. I'm just looking over my second monitor here constantly. I'm just like, oh, is blue ready? Is blue? Blue's super now. They're just setting up am I supposed to say that he has a second channel? I think he's announced that he's had a second channel, right? Or mentioned that? Or maybe today's the first day that they're announcing the second channel. and I leaked it. Oh my god. I'm leaking. Will you guys ever use Twitch collab for the Old Moon podcasts? Oh, you mean like the combining the viewer thingy? I don't know. I feel like it doesn't matter that much. Definitely, Lilo. Wait, is that you definitely? Or is that a different definitely? Because I have another viewer named Definitely. And I don't know if that's like the same name, the same person, but they changed their name. Did you? He did mention it, but didn't mention when. Well, I'll leak it, but Blue is mentioning that he was going to set it up for tonight. I don't know if he's gonna play probably he's playing some other games after the Old Moon podcast. Monster Hunter Wilds. Did you ever get into that? Dap? Monster Hunter Wilds. Even I don't know if I'm the real one or the fake one now. Oh. HR. Oh, sheesh. A fellow gamer. Are you in a squad right now? I guess you can join multiple squads, but you know, I'm in my friend's squad, Moshi. Moshi. You might know her. She's also another fellow BDO VTuber. The squad. What weapon do you play? What weapon? And answer very carefully because I'm going to judge you. Do you happen to be a filthy longsword main by chance? Do you have... Are you one of those filthy longsword mains? Oh my god. Insect. Oh, okay. Insect glaive. I don't see those too often. Insect glaive. I could never get into insect glaive. I always felt like I don't know, like the whole gather the buffs dynamic and gameplay loop where you have to like, oh, get all the 3 buffs and then, you know, there's a setup basically. I'm not too keen on the weapons where you have to like set up your stuff. I kind of just want to go, you know. No setup involved. Like Charge Blade, I could never get into Charge Blade because you gotta like, oh, get the files, and then you're gonna shove the files in your shield, which is your axe, and then you have to like charge up your sword. And oh my god, it's so much setup. What the frick? If you have to win, it gives you all 3. Oh, okay, so they made it a lot easier. Yeah, because that was like one of the biggest things in World that had, you know, made me less appealing. I don't know how to speak English, but you know what I mean. But it's like the appeal was not there for me because there was like so much setup. You gotta use your bug so much, and then if you missed, then you gotta like keep sending it, you know. The wound mechanic. The wound mechanic has definitely been super satisfying. One of the most satisfying mechanics yet. Did you play any of the previous games like Worlds, Rise? there was definitely a bit of a divide between World players and Rise players, and then also the players before World, because the previous games were definitely like the 5th iteration was the most, like that was what introduced me to Monster Hunter, was the 5th generation of the game, which was Monster Hunter World. Before that, the 4th generation, and before that, I looked into it and it looked very it looked very clunky. The graphics weren't there. World was beautiful when it was revealed. Holy. Oh, I see Bone Bear started the colony. Let me hop in over there.
Hopefully Blue will be around 15
Hello.
with an extra
Hello.
2. Hopefully that's enough time for him. What up, Jay?
Yo, Blonde. Are you ready for tomorrow? Ready to
What's
get
tomorrow?
prints down tomorrow? We're doing boss splits tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'm totally ready. I'm totally ready.
Mhm.
Did you watch the video stream earlier?
Oh, like
On
the,
the Black Desert channel?
the official one? I have not.
Ray and I were able to convince Etsu to do the post crown prints.
What?
We almost beat phase 2, bro.
What?
We almost were able to clear phase 2.
Oh
I
my
know,
God.
right? I was like trying to convince him because I thought it'd be a funny meme. And then when we got like almost done with phase 2, I was like, we might be able to fucking do this. This is kind of crazy. Like,
Yeah.
this is not a troll. This is kind of real. We had Moshi, Swixie, and then Etsu, and they were doing actually quite good.
Well, I know Swixie's been progressing on Prince as well. I didn't know. Mhm.
Yeah, she was saying that she wasn't, but I was like, no, you're kind of playing like a gamer. I'm pretty sure you have. So,
Well, I was.
Etsu had approached me to do it, and I was like,
Oh.
I don't even have that high of AP. I'm like 297, man. Like I don't think you want me on your team.
yeah, yeah.
I have good DP, but not the AP.
Right. You're getting there though. You're getting there. I've been watching your streams
Slowly.
for a hot minute, man. You're freaking cruising. Freaking awesome.
Hell yeah, yeah. Slowly but surely, doing some weird things. You know, kind of skipping past some of the, kind of skipping the base Karazad route and the pen Karazad route, just going straight to Nav. So.
Yep. Heck yeah. That's the way to go. I think that's kind of the superior way, especially since like the essences are out of the market and it's like really tough to get them. I feel like during the transition, it was probably really smart to do that. And now we're at a weird spot where it's like, ooh, you don't want to do that.
It's really expensive too. Like for a new account to have all those cron stones and the fail stacks, like with a new account, you just don't have that much. So you kind of have to play it smart.
Yep. Oh yeah. We'll probably definitely get into that when Blue decides to show up.
The Still Moon precast, you know?
Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The pregame.
Yo.
We love some pregame.
So you guys are doing boss splits tomorrow?
Yeah, Jay and I are part of a 5-man guild group so that we get the rankings on leaderboards, and we've been clearing prints for the last, how long, Jay? 2 months? 2.5 months now?
Well, I can check my
We've got,
currency.
Like 13 or 14 clears, right?
Let's see.
No, we don't.
10? I have 8
11.
coins.
8. Sorry, I don't know how to count. I'm thinking
So
of my
2
other
months.
bosses.
Basically 2 months exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we've been cleaning it for, it's been pretty solid.
Mhm.
It's been good. We've been doing a good job. I'm really happy with our progress.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like the hardest one, right?
He is definitely the
Yes.
hardest one by far. We've done every boss, I think, and it is a massive gap in difference compared to all the other bosses, I think. But I like that. I like that they have 4, 5, 6 bosses now that are like kind of chilled. Then you got the puzzle boss, which depending on if you if you're clocked in or not,
Blue-clad.
locked in, you may or may not be gaming on that one. You know, it depends on your group and your comp. If you got some trolls in there, you're fricked. But when it comes to Prince, he is like a magnitude higher than in difficulty. Like he is 10 times more difficult than anything any other boss has to offer, in my opinion. But this is also speaking from like a gear capped kind of position. I think that I feel like working on gear progression, your perspective is going to be a little bit different.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow.
Like I have friends that
Robin.
are like,
I really
in my
appreciate
opinion,
it.
they're at endgame
We're just about to
gear,
start the
but
open
they're still doing
podcast.
normal
We're just
bosses
waiting
because
for everyone to
they
get ready.
haven't learned the hard bosses, and they I guess they're just not really willing to learn, which I get that. That's fine if you're satisfied with the progression you're making.
Yeah.
Or if you're like a group that's mixed matched between like, oh, I have 350 AP, well, I have 300 AP, and it's like, okay, well, we're gonna have to figure something out. There's a big difference between trying to figure out how that works between different groups of people, depending on your friend group. We ended up getting really lucky, I think, with I think we went through, it was Ray, Garnier, and then Crims, and then myself, and then we went through a bunch of different fifth members. We went through 3 or 4
Who was your
different fifth members.
first one before I came along?
I think it was Decent, and then he swapped guilds and started going with Choice, because he was just, in my opinion, at the time, he was better than all of us. His performance was better, he was doing better. We needed a lot of work and a lot of practice. We weren't doing that well. He was already, like, in my opinion, skilled at it, but he'd also, I think, been doing practice with Choice's group, so, like, he just had the time put in. And then now, I would say that we're at the level, like, we're able to clear for sure, like, every week, like, as we do. Now we're working on alts, which is on another level. But also, he had a lot of gear at the time, too. He was a little bit ahead of our gear curve. And as the events have rolled on, we've gotten a lot of, the random AP buffs, the random elixirs and juices that we can use that give us more and more AP, the node war buffs that give us more AP. So I think it's just gotten a little bit easier as we've moved along. And then we had like 2 other people, I think, that like they were getting a little tilted because it's a really hard fight, and our attitude is more about like, hey, like, it sucks that this is complicated, but we're gonna get better. It's just gonna take time. And as you saw when you joined our group, we put in the hours and we got used to the mechanics.
Who were the other 2 people
were able to clear it.
That you mentioned?
I'm blanking on the names right now. I wish I could remember. I feel like one of them started with an A, but they don't play BDO anymore. I can't remember the other person. Maybe it was just one other person. I'm blanking on the name.
Do you remember the class? Maybe the class might remind you.
They were on a lawn. They were on a lawn as well. Which is what Decent was on.
I was gonna say, wasn't Decent on a lawn? Yeah.
Yeah, he was, and he was doing really, really, really well. He was absolutely clobbering it and not dying. He was like definitely our top member at the time when we were clearing it. Versus now, versus when we swapped, that would probably be our anchor, I think. Because I mean, Lon has some pretty good super armors and iframes, but yeah, I think that. I think when I switched to Dosa and started maining on Dosa versus Zerker, that definitely was a big change. Although we were able to clear with my Zerker the other week, which I couldn't freaking believe it. I never would have ever thought of all classes I'd clear on a Zerker, but Ray kept saying, Choice did it, so you can do it. And I'm thinking, bro, Choice is on another level. What are you talking about? But now I'm like, okay, maybe if I just have a good combination of classes that also deal damage, and maybe it doesn't feel that bad. But using it on like our first few attempts when we were first starting it was rough.
Were you doing it on Awakening or Succession Zerker?
Succession. I haven't played Awakening literally since Succession came out. Succession came out, I've never swapped back ever.
I see.
And I probably never will.
Because I was like thinking, because Awakening is more ranged, isn't it? And so I was like thinking maybe that would be a little bit better for
sure. It would be way easier. Yeah. I could bet $100 it'd be way easier. But I haven't played that in so long, and I just don't play my Zerker.
Well, it's kind of like riding like a bike, isn't it? Like I'm pretty sure you know all the skill inputs. You just need to like put it all together.
You may be right on that,
because I don't know how long. I don't know how long Ray has been playing Ranger, but we cleared it on her Ranger, and like she's been playing it for like a couple weeks, right?
Ray's a gamer. I'm a loser. She's a gamer. Okay. I'll admit it. I am not a gamer. Okay. I'll put in the time. I ain't got the ability. Okay. That's why I don't play League of Legends or any of these other games, because I ain't got that it factor. Okay.
Yeah. I feel that for sure.
The best part about BDO is you can be a chill, relaxed grinder. Don't count your trash per hour. Chill out, do some grinding, and you just see the money stack. And that's the best part about the game. You never have to count.
Per hour command for that, because everyone's like, "How much trash per hour do you get here?"
Oh, what does it? What does it say?
It says that like I don't really care. I'm just like
I don't really care per hour.
Byproduct of fun,
dude.
Yeah,
same.
It's like fun per hour.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's the best approach, in my opinion, for sure.
Oh my Blue!
Did someone just join the call?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! It's him.
Yeah, you're frozen.
He's here.
Well, they can hear me though. I think my camera just died.
Yeah.
My cam is cooked. All right,
Oh no.
I can fix that. That's fixable. Let's go studio. There it is. Good, easy fix. Does this just work when I click the button? Hold on. Let's see. God, it does. Nobody say anything. You ruined my intro. Do you understand? Oh, yo, it worked. Okay, sweet. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, now I have to go in here. Let's get into BDO. I'm so sorry I'm late, guys. I did say I was going to be late a little bit.
No worries, no worries. We're here.
You're good.
I
We're just
just
chilling and chatting.
Did I just get a sub on my main channel and get a notification on this one?
Doing a little pregame.
What the fuck is going
Oh,
on?
you may have the same. Do you have the same browser settings? Because
Yeah, I'm not changing it. I don't care.
There it is.
I do not
There
care.
it is.
I don't care. I don't care. I do
Good.
not
Don't care. This is the alt.
I
This
don't
is
care.
perfect.
Yeah.
The
You don't
ultimate-
care on the alt
ultimate
channel.
I don't care. I
Who
don't care.
cares on the alt channel, baby? That's the point of it.
You
That's
know the
what-
best part?
Wait,
I don't
are we
even have to
meeting in
thank
game?
him.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
even have to thank him.
You don't. You do
No.
not. That is correct. This
Doesn't
is the
even
chill
matter.
channel. We don't care about anything. We just chill on this channel. This is the chillin' channel. That's what I'm talking about. We just come here to chill, not to care about things.
No one should have any ads watching on this channel. I'm not even an affiliate, so it shouldn't. And I will turn off ads if they try to turn them on. So we should be fine. Okay. All right. Although my chat box is completely cooked, because frick, that is a browser source for the main channel's chat. Maybe I just turn off the chat box.
True.
I could just make it really fast, but
Yeah, it'd take no time at all.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're in no rush.
okay, good. Thank God. I don't think Blonde, you're not streaming, are you?
I am not streaming. I'm chilling.
And Dap, you're not streaming either, right?
Correct. Yeah.
He's
Good.
not.
And Jay, you're the only person that's streaming other than me, right?
Yes.
That's true.
Okay, and nobody cares about you, so we're fine.
Nobody cares.
Wow.
Nobody cares about the guy who comes up with all the big brain
He literally
ideas,
does
topics,
everything.
organization, all the ideas and concepts. Everybody's like, "Wow, Jade really just doesn't contribute to these conversations,
I
does
just
he,
suck at
guys?"
talking.
It's
I
like,
just suck at talking.
it's
What up, guys?
it's like
Oh
it's
my
like
goodness.
literally the whole reason that any of this happens.
Wait, do you guys like meet in game for this?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
No shot. I just got another berserker ring. Fudge me, bro.
Berserker ring.
I'm playing RuneScape. Sorry.
Oh, I was like, wait, is that a new ring in BDO?
Sorry.
Suck at what? Talking. Rita, I'm not the very best
Sorry.
speech
I'm a
person,
RuneScaper,
you
my
know, just like thinking on the fly. I have to like write things down.
Can't help it. I'm just having so much fun on RuneScape, man.
I haven't played it yet. Is it good?
Oh, in my opinion, old school RuneScape captures a lot of what I really, really used to enjoy about BDO that now it's kind of like changed a little bit. I think as a new to mid-game player in BDO, you're still experiencing a lot of the, I wouldn't say honeymoon stage, but what to me would be a honeymoon stage at the 8 years I've played this game.
Yeah, I'm
think
definitely
that-
there.
Yeah, I think you're really in like the meat of it, enjoying
Yeah.
it. You've got a
Yeah.
lot going on. There's so much to do. I love that part of the game. I feel like right now where I'm at, I have all the treasures, I have all the gear, and I'm just chasing the end game. And there isn't really too much they put out that's there, and it's like kind of boring.
People
Versus
seem to really
RuneScape
like
is-
Enjoy it
Fake
while it
Uni's
lasts.
hardcore. Like
Right.
the hardcore stuff that he's doing. Have you guys seen that?
500 by 500.
I have seen some of the new
We'll talk about
hardcore
it later.
Iron Man stuff. I'm interested in that. I'm really hoping what it does is it sparks PA to make modes
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened with RuneScape too, is that people
And
made
WoW.
Iron Man and WoW too. WoW has the classic hardcore stuff like that.
Yeah.
People even have the Iron Mans in WoW Classic where they do like the plain gear only, right? I'm really hoping that kind of stuff gets maybe influenced into BDO, but I think it's tough because what that tackles is their monetization of the design of the game. A lot of it's built around buying inventory, buying things, and the whole Iron Man experience is anti-buying anything. I think that's where it gets tough for PA to want to participate
Yeah.
in that. But I understand that that it is a cool, fun game mode, and it could be fun if they made like a sponsored version of it in the game. They'd have to figure out a way to monetize it. Maybe you have to have a value pack to make an Iron Man character, and maybe that would be a way to make monetization, but make it part of the game mode.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's just going to take time and people to be excited about it. I think it generates a lot of YouTube views, for sure. I think it's definitely generated a lot of that kind of stuff.
Just a new way to play the game in general, right? Like, especially if you've been, like you said, playing the game for 8 years, you've done everything. So it's like when someone comes up with a new way to do things, like, oh, that sounds fun. Let's try it out.
A whole new experience. Yeah, let's try it out. Exactly. For sure, yeah.
I think I'm gonna go over to where Blue is in game, though it's hard to tell exactly where he's at. Is that Velia?
He is usually in Velia, standing right in front of the church at the crossroads. That's where we usually meet up. And then at the end of the podcast, we look at whatever our favorite like cosplay and outfit is, and we be like, yeah, that's my favorite.
Isn't that Heidel? Oh, that's Heidel.
Sorry, did I say Velia? I meant Heidel. Sorry, I've been...
Is it Heidel? All right.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It is Heidel. I was thinking Heidel. I said Velia.
In front of the Imperial delivery people.
Okay.
Totally. Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow, Jay. I hope we're able to double clear it. I think that
Yeah, we got it this week for sure.
I think maybe we swap Crims on his rolls, maybe.
I
Maybe
think
he does his Musa on our first clear rather than our second clear. I don't know. What do you think?
Ray was mentioning that she was going to swap her ranger. Like her ranger is going to be with our initial group, and then, or rather the other way around. Like her ranger will be with the alt group, because she was mentioning how her ranger is like performing better than her Woosa, right? So
Right. Yeah, I just need to put my Zerker, I think, with whatever the carry team is. I think that Garnier and Krim just need a little bit just more time and experience. I think it's tough on a new class, figuring out your iframes, figuring out where you're safe and stuff, where the safe spots are. And I think that we've just gotten pretty adamant about being pretty aggressive since we've mastered the mechanics that like, hey guys, just chill out, go a little passive.
Yeah,
it's
I think
okay.
I think it would
really
be
a big problem.
I think the first group would be it would be Blonde, it would be you and Crims on the alt, like the uncomfortable class, and then switch it for the next one. So I would be on the shy, Ray would be on her ranger, and then you and Crims are on your comfortable class, which is Dosa and was it Musa? Something like that. But you know what I mean. Yeah, we just swapped things around a bit, and I think we got it.
Yeah, I think we can mess around and see what works for people. I mean, I just want everybody to be comfortable in what they're doing. My Zerker, I think, is like in my opinion, I think the Zerker's an anchor, but I definitely noticed that when I was like clawing I could regen health back really quick. It almost felt like Dosa regen levels where I was like, dang, I'm like clawing my health back crazy as long as I don't have the debuff.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, I'm regenerating way more health than I thought I would be regenerating at this point. And once I got comfortable with realizing like I could do my spin to win, and I had so much damage reduction from the super armor during spin that I was like able to tank the wall and him damaging me at the same time. And I was like still at 50% health, and I'm like, this is kind of busted. Am I the only one that thinks this is busted? But I guess the whole point is that because you're stuck in that friggin' animation, that it's like fricked. But I mean, oh well. We'll figure it out. I think it's just gonna take a little time,
yeah. For sure. Just a little bit more time to get more comfortable.
Right. And
maybe you could try out Awakening and see how that feels. You know, again, like I'm pretty sure you still have all the muscle memory from playing Zerker for 8 years now. So.
You know what? Maybe just because you want me to, Jay, I'll do it for you.
Try it out. Being ranged just makes the fight so much more
20 times easier.
Like 20 times
That's what I was telling Ray, or not Ray. I was telling Moshi. I was like, Moshi, you're a Dosa. Literally, just aim up and shoot all your skills. It'll just hit him no matter what you do. and she survived. She was the last one to survive on our second attempt. We did only 2 attempts, Jay, and we got to the end of phase 2. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, I was like, what the fudge? Like, this is crazy. So they're going to be, I think, recruiting people in 2 weeks for the post conference. They're making Etsudu prints, and
man.
I'm pretty excited. I'm like, yes, please take me and Ray, and then whoever else you want to. Like, if they took Choice, that would be pretty cool and smart because Choice has obviously done it. And then all we would need is like a Shy. Like, we could probably just take Swixy again, or anybody else that would maybe want a Shy, and that would be pretty huge. Yeah, that would, yeah. It would suck to do the stream and not do the clear, so I'm really hoping we would do the clear. But
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Are we ready?
I think I might be. I'm gonna be eating a soggy salad while we eat.
Oh, Pong.
I love soggy salad.
Do you
What
have
kind of
your-
soggy salad? Is it a Cobb?
No,
Is it a
just
market
Caesar,
salad?
that's crazy. I'm not
Caesar?
a communist. You know.
It's a Caesar. Okay, good. Caesar's good. We love Caesar.
Caesars.
Et tu Verte, you know, that kind of deal.
I also enjoy Spanish.
Blue, what server you on?
Hola.
Blue, what server you on?
I don't know. Balanos 3.
There we go.
Lies.
That's what I'm
There's already
talking
people waiting for me. Okay.
Do you happen to have your Video Ninja link by chance?
Oh my God, Jay is way too fucking nice. He is way too fucking nice. Do you
By
know how I would've
chance,
asked
could
for
you hand me
that? Do you have
this?
any
over?
idea how I would have asked for that?
I think it would be
Did you
really
loser,
nice
complete
if you could just
cucklord?
give me this
You please
thing
let
that
me?
you have that I don't have. I would really like it if you could
Whenever
just
it,
Is that what they sound like?
We're only,
give me
we're
this.
only 38 minutes late, but you know what, Blue? You just take your time. Like if we got into the bedroom, Jay, together, you would just lay down out of habit. Like that's the vibe that I get from you. Do you understand?
Lock in, Blue.
We're going to Elvia on Balanos 3 if you want to do the fashion show.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there's Kalia.
I'm on a
I should
cooldown,
probably mod
so I'll be
Kalia.
there momentarily.
Utaro's going to be pissed he's not a mod, but he has to come in here so I can mod him. Okay. All right, so here we go. All right. We're fine. I have to put the artist name, which is Meowling, I think.
Yeah.
All right. This guy's dancing. It's crazy. There we go. My God, there's so much shit on my screen. I look like one of those AFK drop streamers.
True. What are you,
Holy
AFK dropping?
shit.
You got like 10
Like,
people
I would-
talking and
like,
VTubers,
legit,
avatars. You got an image. You got your chat popped up. What is this,
You need
bro?
like a bingo game going on
Dude,
to really
yeah,
qualify.
like-
No, you know
What
what you
the
need?
heck?
You need Subway Surfers just on the corner.
Yes,
For the ADHD people.
Yes, that's what I'm
Is
talking
7TV
about.
not working? Hold on. Do I have to like enable 7TV or something?
Yeah.
How? It's been a
through
long time since I did that.
Oh,
through OBS, I believe.
Through OBS.
Or no, through the channel actually. I don't know, man. It's been so
Mhm.
long.
Yeah, what do you mean
you have
it's
to go.
been
You have
so
to go
long?
to. You have to go to 7TV, log in
Okay.
through your
I
Twitch
did
to
that.
authorize its access to your channel.
There you
and
go.
Then from there, you should have access to it. And I'm the one drinking. What's going on here?
What are you drinking?
It's a good
One.
idea. What are you drinking? Yeah.
I'm always drinking Mike's Hard, bro. I don't know what
Oh,
it
okay.
is. That
Oh.
stuff, a sip of it gets me crazy. I can't
No.
help it. It's nuts.
Oh,
What?
Slow down there,
Stop,
sailor.
what? Stop.
I'm on 2.5 right now, something like that. So you know.
Well,
been
honestly,
really,
it's only Jay streaming on his main channel, so go crazy. You know
So
what I mean?
it's sicko mode
Like one of
time. Woo!
I've been stuck on Glenlivet Scotch.
Ooh.
It's very nice. Very
That sounds
mellow.
How do I
Very nice.
authorize it? No, it's connected. It should work.
Do you just have any? Do you have like 7? Yeah, it's working. I see it. Yeah, look at that.
Wait, the 17 emotes are
Yeah,
working?
it works. Yeah,
Yeah,
it works.
It's working? Okay. All right. Let's panic. I think chat gaslit you. Of course they fucking did. That's their job.
Got him.
All right. What else on notes important? Bing chilling. Okay, we're good. All right. Okay. So now that we're ready, and I look like a Korean AFK drop streamer,
True.
I get to say what I want. Okay, it's the alt channel. All right. Now, here we go. Who is that, and why is she not wearing a top? Never mind.
Right? Where's
Yeah.
the top?
It's just got no
I-
Oh,
back.
there it is.
Bro, I didn't. Yeah, it was. Anyway.
Focus.
All right. What are we talking about today?
Stuff.
I
and
pinned it in
things.
the
Hold
thing.
on. Jay, I know you did. I was trolling. I was pretending like I hadn't read it, but Was I actually pretending though?
I'm not scrolling up for the first time ever.
All right, I got it. Here we go. You ready for the intro?
Yeah.
Is everybody ready?
Mhm.
I am ready.
All right, pretend that the Balanos Overture is ending. All right, shut up. Everybody, my intro. Shut up. Everybody, I need absolute silence. Thank you. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Old Mood Podcast, episode 76.
9. So
Nine?
it's also labeled
9.
there. So it's,
9.
yeah,
Episode 79. That's right.
the 9 kind of
Episode
looks like a
79.
6, but upside down. So understandable.
I am Blue Squadron, streaming on for the very first time, streaming on my alt channel, where I'm now going to start streaming other games, probably stream like longer hours of like the Iron Man series for BDO. Like when I want to play BDO, but I don't want to be streaming, I can stream on the alt channel. And then when I want to play like any other game, I can stream on the alt channel as well. The idea is that this is completely demonetized for the most part, so people don't feel like they have to sub or anything, but it allows me to try other games and experience a little bit more of what games have to offer and stuff. But I am joined as always. We'll go with Blonde first.
Oh no, Blonde. You're muted.
Why are you so quiet, Blonde?
Blonde.
His
You're
mic's.
really-
There we go.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Professional
Yeah.
streamer. Okay.
Hi, twitch.tv/blondebear. I like to party. You can catch me on my stream, usually doing Post Crown Prince hard mode. That's primarily what I stream at this time, where I'm doing it with my main group, and we are also clearing it on alts now. We are basically doing the prog on alt characters to get 2 clears a week, so we can get that sweet lightning horse, as well as all the super rewards from it, and be on the leaderboards twice. So, yeah, thanks.
Mhm.
Right on. I'm also joined as always by JaykunVT.
Hi, my name is JaykunVT. V before the T. I do a lot of endgame content such as Olins, the dungeons, party boss splits, and you can find me live over at twitch.tv/JaykunVT. V before the T.
That is right. And we have a special guest on the podcast because we're trying to spice things up. We're trying to bring a lot more guests on the podcast. That was some of the feedback we got in the comment section below a lot of our videos and on Spotify. And today we decided to bring one of the more rising stars of the BDO category, someone who's relatively new to the game, but I say new, but he's 4 months into the game or so now, and been pumping out. Okay, 6 months into the game or so now. He's been pumping out a lot of YouTube content. He's been all over Twitch for us, and he's been having a great time with the game. Dapper, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Dapper Dak. Like you said, you pretty much just laid it out for me. Just started recently making YouTube content. Been streaming for about a year and a half now. And yeah, just recently joined the BDO community, I'd say permanently for now, in the last 6 months. And I've really been enjoying myself. So.
Right on. Yeah. And we are here today to discuss a lot of different things. Honestly, you guys brought this up. Okay, I want to talk about this briefly. Okay, because a lot of actually, you know what? We'll talk about the new player experience. Dapper, what game did you come from before BDO? What were you playing?
PAX Day.
Okay, so you were playing the survival.
It's an MMO survival, yeah.
Survival MMO kind of thing, kind of like Dune. I assume you're gonna be interested in Dune.
Oh yeah,
when that
definitely
comes
gonna
out.
be playing some Dune. Yep.
Yeah, for at least 4 days before we realized that game is garbage.
As they all go these days, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to go. Okay, so a lot of PAX Day. What made you try BDO in the first place? And then what were some of the struggles that you kind of went through as a new player?
So I started when I was a console player in 2019, and I ended up getting a PC because console started getting left behind in all the updates, pretty much every game I enjoyed.
Sorry.
So
Yeah,
I was like, all right,
too.
well, I guess I'm just going to go to PC. And I started with, because I didn't have a PC that could really run anything at the time. So I was running GeForce Now, and I was running BDO. And I couldn't like AFK do anything because it'd kick you off the game. And I think back then there was a lot more AFK involved, like running around with a package in order to boost your weight, the skill training, stuff like that. I didn't really understand like how the game worked. I would do a seasonal. They weren't doing unlimited seasons at that point, and I would get up to like where I'd get my Tuvala accessory, started to upgrade, and you needed Tuvala ore. So I was like, all right, I'm done. And I'd check in every now and then. Did they do a new season? Ended up coming back about a year and a half ago when I started streaming, tried it again, and did the Magnus quest line, and just no life that, and then it burnt me out. I was done. So for about a full year and a half, I streamed other games. Ion Giannis had been in my DM saying, "Hey, main BDO, hey, main BDO," and PAX Day wasn't really going the way that I thought it would. So I said, "Oh, why not? Let's give it a shot." And I think it was just the right time, right place sort of thing. I really enjoyed it, but in terms of the struggles, very overwhelming. I think you guys understand having like chat to help you out is really beneficial. I don't think
Sometimes.
sometimes if I had that or if I didn't have that, I don't know if I would have been so successful in my progress in the game. So having a community to help out has been huge, handling some of those hurdles. But yeah, very overwhelming, especially the quest system has been. I'm glad they added the search function finally to the quest log because that was probably my biggest complaint was just
Really?
navigating quest. Yeah, it was like you had so many. Even when I got my Labresca helmet, or I think it was, you had to do like a quest line, right? Mountain of Eternal Winter, and I had no idea that that had to be done. I didn't even realize until it was too late, so I'd go back and do it. And this was before they introduced the quest search. So yeah, that's been kind of my
Interesting.
experience so far.
All right, right on. And Jay and Blonde, I'm curious if you can remember
Mhm.
how far back your new player experience was in BDO. I feel like our new player experience, I think I started before you guys did, but I think our new player experience was a lot different. What were some of the struggles you guys went through when you started the game? We'll start with Blonde. What do you remember struggling with? Hey, why is he not speaking?
Blonde, your
I'm
mic is
sorry.
acting up a
I'm
bit.
talking to Helen Keller. I'm literally talking to Helen Keller.
Replay it. Let Jay go. So weird.
Okay,
Okay.
Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually started Black when Lawn released, and it was during the time where they were doing like pre-release stuff. I don't know if anyone remembered pre-release characters, but you were able to make your character 1 week ahead of time to, both secure the name and, the, I guess, character creation, getting out of that way. But I because I couldn't play the Lawn, I settled with the Witch for now, just to learn the game with, and I just ended up loving the Witch a lot, and that was my main class for like 4 or 5 years. And I would say the biggest struggle was it was, I figured out very quickly that Witch was not very good at PvP. That this was the time where Mystics were running around, and Mystics were like kind of the dominant class at the time, during the 2018 era, 2019 era, during Histria and stuff like that. So it was like the PvP that has been like, my first like struggle and experience with the game. I kind of feel like if I started with the Lawn, like if I played 1 week later and started with the Lawn, I feel like I would have been a more toxic player. I don't know. I just feel like
That's insane.
having a
What?
grab, I've never played a grab class before, and so I still haven't played a grab class. But if I did experience what it's like to be a grab class, maybe I would have again had a better time with PvP and had a bit more ego. But playing the Witch definitely really humbled me, and so yeah, so that was my first, that was what I struggled with in the beginning, was that.
Yeah. I mean, I can kind of vibe with that. Yeah. Ironically, I think we are sitting in a call with three
witches, yeah.
Or like at some point. That's actually just crazy. Although I don't really consider myself a witch main. I mained witch for a long time because it was the best shot calling class in the game. I started the game on Dark Knight because I'm a man of culture.
Oh.
But Blonde, are you back with us now? Are you good?
Hello, testing 1 2 3.
All right, let's see what Blonde has to say.
I played since launch, so I've played. I unfortunately literally didn't get the pre-package. I got the package like 2 days after the game launched, so I didn't get the classic shoot ad. But luckily they re-released that, so don't have to worry about that. But I played since launch. I think the hardest part about the game was probably the ghillie suits, bro. That was the biggest struggle, was dealing with the freaking Sorks and ghillie suits. I remember playing the old school game. The first outfit they ever released was the fishing outfit. So like the only way to look different than everybody else in the plain armor was getting the freaking fishing outfit, the big red and yellow shiz. It was fudging awesome. I remember grinding next to Trent. The best grind spot for EXP was the Zarka cave to the west of Trent. He would sit in there, and that was the best EXP per hour in a 5-man party.
What?
It was fucking fantastic. Yeah,
The
that was the way
shrine.
you used to grind EXP. It took so many hours to reach level 53. It was horrible. I remember having some of my best buds. One of them was a tamer, some were warrior. Fantastic game at the launch of the game. I think it was friggin' amazing. The worst part was when you're grinding, what was it, manchas, and it was a sork in a ghillie suit ruining your day by teleporting around you. Back then, the ghillie suit had no name above them. They could basically hide in a bush and you wouldn't see them. It was horrible. It was miserable. If you had a dude in a ghillie suit fighting you, you might as well just give up and swap channels because it was
They were
absolutely
invisible, like literally
horrendous.
invisible.
They were literally invisible, especially if you were in a freaking forest. So that was probably the most thing I struggled with. Back in the day, it was super fun. Blackstones were ultra rare. EXP was like ultra rare. Back then, everything was like super grindy. I mean, it is kind of grindy now, just in a different way, but it was super grindy. But the plague on me was the sorks and ghillie suits, man. That stuff was another level of torment, to be honest.
It was a little rough, but I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised that none of you said, maybe it was just different, because I started on Steam release, which I think is actually slightly after Blonde.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the struggles that I had as a new player was that everything in the game was just so brutally monetized. Like I felt compelled to spend money basically everywhere I went. You wanted to process, you got to spend money on the Venesil dress. You want to cook, you got to spend money on the cooking outfit. You want to grind, you got to get weight. You want to grind, you got to get inventory. You want to be able to store anything more than about 10 things. You have to A, have a value pack, and B, also buy storage in each town. You need to buy the worker, like workers were like crazy big passive income back then because you're only making like 6 million an hour, right? So like workers were like crazy good passive income, and in order to be contribution efficient, because you had to do Calpheon dailies. Yes, Calpheon dailies for contribution back then. Like you needed to conserve contribution, which meant that you had to buy worker lodging off the Pearl shop as well. There was just so much stuff that I just couldn't get. Now I will say that one thing I could get was I could snipe value packs off the market pretty consistently because the central market was different back then. But again, oof, man, like again, the monetization was something that I felt was super predatory back then, and I feel like comfortably those days are definitely a lot further behind us, in my opinion. So Dapper, we talked about some of the struggles that you had as a new player. What was the things that drew you into the game the most? What did you like the most about the game that kept you playing the game?
Be honest, it was the community, man. Like there's the people in general, like all the players, how just their passion for the game's kind of contagious in a way. It's really hard to not feel that passion as well. But other than that, it was like the scale, all the stuff that there was to do. Like whether if you're bored with one thing, you can start in another thing. Like I dive into sailing. You know, I'm working on my boat and stuff like that, getting my upgrades, and then you've got cooking and alchemy, all these life skills, all these different grind spots, things to work on. I think one of the things that people said to me, it's an infinite progression game where like there's always something that you could be progressing on. So that's been kind of like, wow, I could actually spend years on this game. And that's just not these days. It's not something like usually you sit down on a game and you could probably play it for, you know, if you know life at 3 months, and then it's like, okay, I'm done. What's the next game? And so there was a time within the recent months before I started playing this where I was just jumping around games, you know, Scam Citizen, PAX Day, Sea of Thieves, like just jumping around all these games and not really finding substance in them. And then I came over here to give this a third chance, you know, third time's the charm, and really fell in love with it.
Right on. Yeah. So before I give my opinion on it, Jay, what was kind of what brought you into the game while Blonde Bear again adjusts his microphone?
So I was looking for a new MMO at the time. I'd started with World of Warcraft well, I guess I started with MapleStory like when I was a kid, and then World of Warcraft came, something a little bit older, something, you know, the whole dynamic of tank healer DPS was always like very, very fun. And then I got into that game because my friends were inviting me to play World of War, and then they quit after the expansion of Legion. And then I was like, oh, well, no one's, there's nothing to sort of tie me down to World of Warcraft anymore. I decided to look for a new game, and BDO was there. There was like a BDO ad that came up. And so I tried it out. The lawn was, I think that was the trailer. It was the lawn trailer. And that's why I started making I made the lawn, and then I went for Witch after because I couldn't play the lawn for the week. But yeah, I had frick. I had a brain fart. What was the question again? Frick.
Oh my god!
Got you into the
That's what
game.
really
Got you
drew
into the
you.
game.
Drew into the game. Yeah, the combat. The
Forget
combat.
it.
That's what
Yeah.
I was gonna lead into.
Mhm.
Was the combat
Oh,
of the
true
game.
combat. I
He's
forgot about
talking.
that.
Yeah, it's a very,
No.
very satisfying combat. I was going to mention how World of Warcraft is very like keybind heavy. I mean, everything you have to set up is keybinded. And then BDO was a very different dynamic. Everything was preset for the key inputs. And that was like something I've never really, experienced before in terms of an MMO, where you have to you can still keybind certain things in BDO, but for the most part, you are sticking with the key inputs. And learning that muscle memory was a very new experience, and then getting it down was very satisfying. Just having like when you start getting to the point where you don't have to think about what you're pressing anymore, you just like, yeah, I'm gonna use this ability because it's perfect for like the AoE surrounding me and stuff like that, etc., etc. And so yeah, the combat in BDO, it's still like I would still say it's like one of the best, if not the best, combat system in any MMO currently, in my personal opinion, for just how satisfying it is. And so it was definitely the combat that drew me in.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to forgive us. Jay's not used to actually talking.
I suck
while
at
the
talking.
podcast is
Yeah,
going on. Yeah. It's okay. Blonde, what drew you into the game initially and kept you playing like this long?
Initially it was an IRL friend. I, like Jay, I played a lot of World of Warcraft because it was like the primary MMO out of all MMOs at the time. And then I was playing a game called ArcAge at the time. ArcAge was a huge hit in my opinion from the beginning of the game. It was super fun. It was just like BDO. It had a lot of grinding, it had a lot of PvP, it had a lot of influence, and I think that game also had a lot of influence onto BDO with the way that like moving commerce and goods aside from region to region to get you money and different things. I think that definitely had an influence on BDO that unfortunately didn't hit the right mark, but a friend of mine IRL was like, yo, this game's coming out, it looks really cool, we should play this. Because I think that what was it, Bikeman, I think was a big streamer at the time who always talked about new games that were coming up, and he streamed this game, and I was like, this game looks crazy. We talked about it like 3 years before its release because in like super beta or whatever. Completely forgot about it by the time it came out. That's why I was 3 days late to it releasing. I didn't play any of the betas or anything. I just played when it was like new, and I was like, oh shoot, is this like a good game or something? Downloaded it, played it, and I've been kind of locked in ever since. It was mostly the fact that it was like just a new big open world progression MMO. We didn't know much about it at the time. It just looked like the next best thing from ArcAge ever since they sold out to doing cash shop shenanigans to make your common average everyday man be able to buy anything from the cash shop, which in my opinion kind of ruined the game. But post that, the game came out, I played it, and then I was stuck ever since. I was like, no game has ever been like this ever before, and there probably will not be a game like this for 10 years. And here we are 9 years later, 10 years later, and still no game is like this, and it's just on another level. It wasn't anything particular other than the fact that it was just like a spiritual successor to ArcAge in our opinion at the time, that was open world PvP, which I think the game was definitely focused on that in the large part of the beginning for sure.
Right on it. Yeah. So my origin story is really weird. I was a League of Legends player back in the day. I played League as like my main game for like 7 years or something like that.
Oh, that explains a
and
lot.
I had a
Ooh,
yeah.
right?
Okay. Yo, chill.
Agreed.
True.
What? Y'all catching splash damage right now. Okay. So anyway, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. Again, I had a competitive flex team that I would compete in tournaments with. Ironically, on that flex team was my friend since middle school, who is now my longest standing subscriber, and who is now my editor. Interestingly enough, but they decided that we needed a team bonding game outside of League of Legends where we could play together. So we all downloaded BDO.
Oh, team bonding game. Interesting.
Nice.
Because it has plenty of group content,
Right.
as we like to say. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
what I really like, so I didn't think that I was going to continue playing the game. I was like, yeah, it's some loser game. It was like $1 on Steam or something, and I bought it through the main client because I didn't want to buy it on Steam, which ended up being a good decision, by the way. But I bought it through the main client and I downloaded it, and I was choosing my class, and I was like, no, I was just looking for the hottest girl with the coolest effects. So naturally, we chose Dark Knight.
True.
And that was a recipe for success because like once I started playing the game, I was like, wait a minute. Do you mean in this game, no matter how long I play, I just keep progressing? And people were like, well, and I was like, no. Okay, because no matter what you do, even if your gear downgrades and stuff, your fail stack is higher. Your energy is higher. Your contribution is higher, right? You did something. You progressed in the game. This was a new concept to me. Please understand that up until this point, I would ladder in League of Legends for like 16 straight hours in a day.
Oh my god.
And I would lose LP. Okay. So we're talking about where literally it was just a descent into madness. BDO felt like a game where I was like, dude, I can just sit there and I can just progress forever. And I knew that I used to be a cross-country runner, you know, I used to be a track runner. Not so much anymore, but I knew I had that like long-term like motivation and grind in me where like, I was like, dude, I'm just going to stick with it longer than everyone else. And I will just have more stuff than everyone else does. And that's exactly what I did. And as it turns out, that is not true because now I have less gear than Dapper does, which is fun. But actually, I don't think I have less gear than Dapper. What's your gear score now?
AP is like 297 and DP is 410.
Never mind. You're a total loser. What the hell?
Oh my god.
What an idiot.
Don't
League
worry.
player
I'm
coming
catching
out
up.
right here. See?
Anyway, the entire point was that like I would just build. It was crazy because I didn't realize it for all those years. Is I wasn't streaming for all those years. Is I was just building game knowledge. I would just sit in Discord, and this goes back to Dapper's point about the community being super dedicated and like really like wholesome. Is I would just sit in Discord comms with some really educated people that knew a lot about the game, and I would just ask them questions, and we would just talk like all day long about the game. And so like I realized that like basically just being in a guild and just like meeting people that was fun. You know, I never got to meet people in StarCraft 2. I was a Master League StarCraft 2 player. I went to League of Legends. Then I'm in BDO, right? It's my main games. Like, there was no real community in those games. You weren't like making friends. And I know it's like a meme and be like, oh, friends. Like, yeah, no, but like sitting in Discord with people and building those bonds, it was cool. And then I tried out large scale PvP and I was like, wait a minute. As a StarCraft 2 enjoyer, again, like a super big StarCraft 2 fan, I got the large scale PvP and I was like, as a shot caller, I'm basically just playing a game of StarCraft 2, but in BDO. You know what I mean? Ew. And I loved it. So like that's what made me follow with shot calling. And then like I realized that all of the best guilds in the game, and I'm not just talking about PvP, I'm like the most active, the most fun, the most like the most friends I ever made were always PvP guilds. And so like I just started joining PvP guilds and away we went, which brings me into my next topic here. Dapper, you've started doing PvP on your own. And as a new player, you kind of just eased into it gradually. What got you? So a lot of people like to sell the sob story that PvP is the devil. PvP is bad. Open world PvP bad. GVG bad. Node Wars bad. All PvP is bad. Okay. From a new player perspective, what actually convinced you to even try PvP? What were some of those opening experiences like? And then like what kind of convinced you to keep doing it?
Well, I've always kind of been a PvPer ever since like even Diablo 1. So that's kind of been ingrained in my gaming experience up to this point. Sea of Thieves was very PvP centric when I played that. Star Citizen, I played as a pirate there. So it's like I've always kind of liked the idea of testing skills against other players. And that kind of carried forward into here, but there was a little bit of a hindrance with gear score, so I really started on seasonal Arsha. Was where my first PvP experiences happened, and it was a lot of fun. I realized pretty soon that there's account bonuses that you can't really get around until you get them like
Chris, thank you so much for the
journals, logs, and stuff like that. You got your crystals and everything involved in that. But if they didn't have all those things, it was a kind of even balance. A lot of enjoyment. So I started exploring further, and I decided
maybe I should turn that off before I
graduate. I'm just gonna grind on Arsha, and I do that quite a bit.
I'm going to turn it off. Okay, I didn't expect to get a massive raid.
Right. You get a nice little DVG going on here.
We're just in the middle of a podcast right now.
Tons of people fighting each other, just a brawl. And so that just really got fun. I was like, well, I kind of want to take this to another level. And so I started doing Node Wars. I joined Washed Up, did Node Wars with them, started craving a little bit more, went
You
to
had a good stream?
Bebop and got my
And I'm
first
sure you're
Siege
planning to take a nice
experience.
long
And
break after your
to
stream,
date,
so
2 weeks
won't let me
ago,
keep you up. Thank you.
4-hour Siege, probably my most memorable experience in the game so far. It was so much fun. Even though we lost, it was 4 hours of just constant like battle. It was a lot of fun.
Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, it was so much fun. And you know, a lot of people say, well, things used to be better, but as a new player, you have to understand, I don't have this frame of reference of how things used to be. So all I get is what is presently the situation, what's things are the current state of things. And in the current state, 4 hours of Siege was so much fun. So much fun for someone who's never experienced. Like I play a lot of large scale PvP games like PlanetSide 2, you know, Battlefield, things like that, where there's, I mean, PlanetSide 2, I don't know if you guys ever played that. There's like 900 players fighting each other with tanks, infantry, airplanes, all kinds of stuff. I met some of my best friends on that game. So I always want to get into large scale PvP. I tried it on Albion Online, couldn't really get into the format. And the way that it plays out on this game, it's like anime characters at war, with the way everyone moves so fast all the time. It's crazy. And it's really rewarding to kind of get to that point of skill level where things start slowing down, because it's all moving really fast, but you have that skill now where you're processing things slower, or faster rather. It slows down time. So that's been my experience so far. It's been really enjoyable.
Right on. Yeah, so I'm of the opinion, okay, 4-hour Siege. I thought that the maximum was 3. Did they tone it down yet? I don't know. It's been a while since I've done Siege because they
we
killed
did
it.
4 hours 2 weeks ago against Soaked. I think it's
a good time. It's a good time. I will say that I think that is a shot caller, and I think that most players would agree with me. 4 hours is a little too long. I think 3 hours is probably it starts to drop off after 3 hours. The exhaustion really starts setting in between 3 and 4 hours. It's a lot, but some of those
they had like
memorable
shot
sieges,
callers on shifts too, which was cool.
Yeah, no, shifts. Back in my day, I used to just throw up and continue shot calling. Okay, that's how it was in a 4-hour Siege, bro. Like you actually kidding? Like I'm not even capping right now.
He's not kidding. There are clips.
He's laughing, but like, oh, I would never do it on stream. It never happened on stream. I never talked about that never happened while I was live. That being said, I remember the very first time I ever met Jae Kim. Okay, and it was the same thing for the team leads in North America for the NACM GM team. I met him at the Calpheon Ball, and I like dove past his security to like say hi to him, right? And like get him to sign my shirt. Because at that time we were on good terms. Oh, times have changed. Anyway, so I dived past him to dive past the security to get him to sign my shirt. His translator standing right there. And you know, I explain what I'm doing and who I am. And the translator, he says something in Korean. And the translator looks me dead in the eye and goes, "Oh, he knows you. You're the one that threw up during Siege." I was like, fuck.
Wow.
That's how he knows you?
That's how the executive producer knows who I am. Homie, what? Like,
hey, first impressions.
So brutal. It was rough. It was rough. However, again, all this to say, some of my best experiences are those long sieges and stuff. And I just want to point out, Tapper, that those sieges are a good representation of what PvP used to be like before you started the game, because Node Wars were like this too, but in like a 2-hour experience. So like you'd have like a big 4v4 or 5v5 fight, even 2v2 or 3v3 fight, where like the teams are on separate sides, and then like your guild is basically, you're just pedal to the metal going for 2 straight hours going in, and it was just a tremendous amount of fun with your guild. It's just not like this anymore. So they gave us back the hybrid system, and I'm not going to talk too much about this. They gave us back this hybrid system, and they didn't extend Node Wars back to 2 hours again. So you don't really get that feeling in Node Wars anymore. An hour is really not enough to really settle in and like try to win a fight. You know what I mean? It's just not enough. And so I know that the feedback from the whole PvP community has been, hey, we want our 2-hour Node Wars back. So if you're going to give us the option to do the old Node Wars system, at least give it to us like the 2-hour version back. And the developers have been radio silent on this. And usually when they're radio silent, it means that they're not they're just not going to do it, because if they could, all right, a lot of people on the cope, it's like, oh, they can't do it. Yes, they can. If they told us straight up, guys, that's literally not possible, that would be one thing. But this is just radio silence. And I know that partner chat, live, YouTube comments, forum posts, people have asked for 2-hour Node Wars pack. They don't want to give them back. So PvP's in a bit of a rough state, but you still see glimpses of what made PvP so much fun back in the day. And again, Dapper, I'm glad that you've gotten that experience, because it's such an important thing. It's very rare nowadays to kind of get that experience. Siege is one of the only experiences left where you're actually going to catch that. Yeah, you're going to hunker down with your guild for like the long term and kind of get that done. This is going to be a super controversial question, and it's a little off topic, but Dapper, as someone that's been playing the game for 6 months, from when you started the game, from where you're at right now, do you think that the game has improved, stayed the same, or declined? Not the player base. I want to know from your perspective as a player, are you having more fun today in your PvE grind? Are you having more fun today in your progression? Are you having more fun today in your PvP than you were when you started the game?
I think so. Honestly, I think it has improved. And the reason is because partly because I know a little bit more what I'm doing. I'm not as lost. So things kind of make a little bit more sense in terms of progression. It seems like the CMGM team is really locking in with community outreach too, which was something I didn't see when I first started. It could be because I'm in the partner program now, so I kind of get to see how that looks behind the scenes. But it's also
the other partners are like nodding their heads, and I'm over here.
So like the one thing that really stood out to me was the 9th anniversary event, and the reason is it's like there was just so much happening all the time. It felt like I don't know, you guys ever, back when you were going to school as a kid and towards the end of school you had like this summer fair that happened and you didn't really go to class, but there was all these mini games happening all the time, all these little fair games. That's what it felt like. It felt like there was stuff happening all the time. I don't know. It was just it really they did a good job with it, with the what was it, the creator fiesta where we were doing AOS together, all the different things that they had going on for their 9th anniversary stream with the competitions. Like I don't, honestly, I've been gaming for a while. I haven't seen that before. I haven't seen that in another game to that extent where the CMGM teams are that involved in the community. And aside from just CMs and GMs teams, like going back to my point of understanding the game, I think that's why my enjoyment has improved. And also getting to explore different mechanics of the game, different systems. I agree with your point that Node Wars is a little, that's why I went to Siege, ultimately, is because I wasn't getting what I wanted from Node Wars. Sometimes you get a fight that lasts like 20 minutes and you'll be in the middle of battle and it's over. GG's in the chat. GF's in the chat. GG's. What's going on?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's like, it was just like, okay, this is cool, but I want more. And like you said, Siege really offered that. I hope they leave Siege the way it is, if not improving it a bit more. I'd be really worried if they go along the same way as they went with Node Wars with it. But for now, I'm enjoying it. My enjoyment has improved. I think the game's going in a very decent direction. I'm really excited for Demon Lands. I hope they are able to deliver on that, because that's kind of been the motivation of my progression. I want to be ready for that. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I actually agree with most of your assessment. I think that if you look at 6 months ago, where BDO was and where it's at now, I do think that the game has improved. I think that it's headed in a positive direction, mainly because we were already rock bottom, so the only way to go was up. I mean, I don't mean to be the doomer.
Well, I mean, you could just stay at rock bottom, There's always that option.
At the end of the day, like, we were already basically scraping the bottom of the ocean there. So it's good that we're actually starting to increase now. I don't know. I'm curious. I mean, that's my honest take as a player. I do think that the game is at a better spot than when Dapper started 6 months ago, but I do still think that we are behind where we were about a year and a half ago. That's my opinion. Blonde, I'll ask you first. I assume that your microphone is ready. We've led with Jay each time. Blonde, do you feel the BDO has declined over the last 6 months? Do you agree with Dapper's take? And do you agree with mine? And why do you disagree with it?
No, I generally agree. I think that depending on your perspective, Karazad Sovereign has been an interesting take, but I think it's led to better terms of progression. It's exactly what everybody's been asking for. It is similar in essence to what Lost Ark system had, and Lost Ark came at a kind of a lull point for BDO, and I feel like a lot of people played Lost Ark at the time it came out, and then switched back to BDO after about a year when it was 6 to 9 months for content to come out in Lost Ark, and we're like, oh, we're not going to wait that long to play the game. That's exactly where I was. I did the first year of content, and then they're like, okay, the next raid's not going to release for 12 months. All right, I'm clocking out. I'm not playing the game every single day, doing it daily for a raid that's not going to come out for 12 months. And I think that's what BDO adapted a lot of they adapted the pity system that's similar. They adapted the lower attempts so you could attempt it more often. I think that sort of stuff leads to players having more incentive for like a daily sort of version of the play. I do also agree with Dapper where he said that, like the community involvement with the CMs, GMs, tons of events, tons of stuff to get involved with the community. Even just recently today, I did a CM GM event where we cleared the boss splits, and we're going to be doing, I think, Depose Crown Prince in about 2 weeks on hard mode, which is going to be crazy, but I think that kind of community involvement is pretty good, and I think that a lot of the quality of life has been happening, and they've been tuning into a lot of specific feedback that I think they've been doing, they've done over the last year, and they're sticking to it pretty hard, I think, over the next year, and they're really addressing some of those concerns. Now, when it comes to PvP and node wars and stuff, I think that's like way out of my forte, and that's to deal with people that know what they're talking about when it comes to that, and I don't really know how that front is, but on the stuff that I know about, I feel pretty good. I'm just really hoping that, like we talked about last podcast about that dev note, I'm really hoping the quote-unquote group content is more centered around maybe what they think is one thing or another, and not necessarily the actual group content. That's the only thing where I'm like, I think we need more stuff. Now, if they consider the dungeons a group content and the dungeon grinding group content, and they do have if they do have Gyfin and Miramak on the roster of things to be released eventually, then like group content can still be on the board. But we'll see. I think that was like a premature statement, but we haven't gotten the content yet, so it's kind of a we'll see scenario. So
yeah. I think it's kind of a travesty that you ask, what's the state of the game right now to pretty much any player, and the best acting portion of our game is actually the community management team. Because that's an absolute tragedy, because the community management team for Prolibus actually does do a great job, and that's coming from a non-partner. They do a great job of managing the community and stuff. But honestly, if they just did a better job of managing their game, they wouldn't have to work so goddamn hard all the time, is my opinion on it. If they just listened to the player feedback and actually took it a little bit more, the CM team would not have to literally hard carry the game in the West for the rest of us, which is a little bit crazy. Jay, I'm curious, do you share this opinion? Has BDO declined over the last 6 months? And do you think that it has... If you rewind like a year and a half, do you feel that BDO has declined? Like, where do you think we're at? Do you agree with Dapper?
Yeah, I think it's in the best state that it's been since I started playing. Over the last year, there's so many quality of life. I think I agree it more in terms of what I focus on in the game, which is like mostly the PvE and life skill portion. The PvP part has not really been on my radar. I dabble here in a bit whenever there's events around. There's like an RBF event right now, and just like doing RBF to do the daily, and it's been a fun time. Like lots of people just like come in, and I think that's like one of the sort of like strong fortes that BDO does well, is like bringing the community together. I also think BDO does a pretty good job of like kind of like what's the word for it, like staying in its own lane, or like being in its own niche within like across all the different MMOs, like Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft. It has like a very different like progression system than the other MMOs like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy, where you're just every expansion you're kind of just replacing your old gear, whereas in BDO it's like a steady pace from the beginning towards the end. Everything kind of like compiles towards the end. The combat system is also like, again, I always rave about the combat system, very, very satisfying, very again, a niche. Like it hasn't been, I think it's they're trying to do it in like, I don't know if you play like Blade and Soul Neo, but I think that's another game that sort of tried to do it as well as for that combat systems and whatnot, but I still feel like BDO still has been doing it the best. And so yeah, again, it's just to reiterate, I think BDO does a good job of like staying in its own lane or being in its own niche for the MMO genre that it is, especially with everything that's been coming for updates and whatnot. I think they could still do a better job of doing like the whole communication part. That I feel like maybe that's just like a cultural thing in Korean companies, or like the east side of how they go about the management and stuff like that for communication. But it's always been very it's hard to know what they're thinking sometimes. And so that's one thing that I wish I had, like, hey, like if they just give us more, like tell us more things about like what they're doing, like more like the dev commentaries are great and all, but it's just I just want a little bit more clarity of what's going on and stuff like that. So hello.
There is one thing I would say in terms of what Blue had said about the community managers being the highlight, is that it is a sandbox game. And I think it's unique in that way that the community managers, I think, are kind of showing what the game is capable of, what you're capable of achieving within the game, because it is a sandbox game. I mean, for instance, the relay race that they had, being able to do something like that in a sandbox game is only really possible in a sandbox game. I know a lot of people want more content, more things to do, but the truth is, for us new players, there's years of content here. We're not really hurting for content.
Mm-hmm.
I know for you veterans, you guys are kind of, over it, done with it. You've done everything that you can,
Mm-hmm.
or at least that you want to do. But it's a sandbox at the end of the day. And so there's a lot of flexibility in the things you can do. And I think the community manager has been doing a really great job showing
True.
people that side of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
Actually, I wanted to tie this in because since we're talking about like, the BDO over the years, if we're ready to like go on to a different topic, I feel like this ties in really well too. I wanted to ask the question, and also let us know in the comments down below, like how important is the sort of like longevity in a video game to you? Because this was like a really interesting topic that I had with my chat the other day, and there was a lot of different answers. Like some people were telling me like, oh, this MMO, like this brand new MMO is only gonna last like a couple months, so I'm not gonna be playing it. Or like some people were telling me they're like price per hour of entertainment, which was like, oh, they want to get at least 1 hour or equal or more to the amount they paid. So if they paid $60, they better get like 60 hours worth of game time with the game or something like that. So I wanted to like wonder your thoughts on like, does knowing the game's like sustainability matter to you a lot, or do you just like play it just to play it, to just have a good time and not care about like whether it keeps going or not?
What do you want to answer first, Jay?
For anybody who maybe our guest, Dapper, if you want to
So just to clarify your questions, like, are you really concerned about the longevity of the game?
yeah, like does it matter
Yeah.
to you a lot? Or
I think it does a little bit. I mean, I'm investing a lot of time into this,
Mhm.
hours and hours and hours. So I think I would be lying if I said, no, I don't care what happens to the game. Like, no, I absolutely do care what happens to the game. I think that, like I said, they're putting in a lot of work, and I see that they're hopefully on the right track. They're doing things that are what I see that they're doing in terms of like, especially C content and reducing the pities on certain things, is they're opening the door wider for new players to progress. And what that tells me is that they're getting ready to release things that they want new players to be able to participate in. So I do kind of hope that they're on the right track with that. I think that they are on the right track with that. And I at least hope to get, 2 years out of this, maybe. So, and I think that we're going to get that. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's
no,
kind
yeah,
of
so this whole thought came up because I saw this like one comment, and I watch like a lot of video game content on YouTube, and it was a video on like Black Myth Wukong, and I think most of us know how popular that game was. And if you don't know, it peaked at like 2.5 million concurrent players on Steam alone, and there was like a comment on it saying something along the lines of, "Oh my God, Black Myth Wukong fell off so hard. There's barely anyone playing it anymore," and I just feel like the expectations have like really shifted to when it comes to how long we expect the game to stay like relevant and stuff like that. And there's this like
That's a single player game, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That's what I was gonna go into, but you know, I was gonna say how like Black Myth Wukong is not. It's a very different kind of game. It's a single player experience where you just play the story from start to finish, and once that journey is over, you've experienced everything. And I maybe tried to put myself in that person's shoes to maybe see why they would say that, and I was like thinking, well, I guess there's a lot more and more games with like live service models. Like BDO is a live service model where the game isn't just about the initial experience and about how like it's more about like maintaining that sort of, I guess, long-term relationship with the player. And that was just like a lot of food for thought. And I thought that would be like an interesting thing to talk about when it comes to just like BDO, because BDO has, I think they mentioned in, what was it Heidelball? It was Heidel 2024 when they did it in that French town. Where they said that there was like a 10-year plan for the game, which was kind of, do you think it's gonna
ambitious?
Do you think that's gonna last another 10 years? It's already been 10 years, so.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Oh, welcome back.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Okay, so make a couple points here. Number one, Elden Ring. Boy, Elden Ring really fell off. I guess it must be a dumpster fire of a game. What a garbage game from a garbage company. Holy what a terrible game.
Look at Baldur's Gate 3.
It's a single player game that you play through the story one time and you're done. You get the experience and you move on. You can't compare it to something like BDO. It's like a live service game. And I think that's kind of what Jay was hinting at there. You can't really compare it to BDO. BDO is a live service game. When you talk about when is BDO going to die, the longevity of the game, I'm somebody that has more invested in this than almost anyone. In terms of like how much, again, I make a living off of BDO right now. For the most part, right? Throwing on Liberty in there, starting to make it work its way in there too. But I never would have really started to do it, and I certainly wouldn't continue to do it if I didn't think that BDO had longevity to last as a game. I do think that the way that we play BDO will change dramatically over time. It's changed 2 years ago. If you asked me if I was going to be a purely PvE progression-based Iron Man streamer, I would have laughed at you, because again, I was a shot caller, I was leading a guild, I was doing node wars every single day, I was PvPing all the time, and it had been that way for 4 or 5 straight years. I had basically been doing that all the time, and like the dramatic shift away from PvP that we've seen over the last year and a half or so, and losing all of those players and stuff. I mean, it's been hard, but I think it's shown that no matter what kind of happens to BDO, the only company that can really kill it is Pearl Abyss. The only people that can really kill BDO is Pearl Abyss. Like New World's not going to do it. TNL's not going to do it. Lost Ark's not going to. It doesn't matter what new game comes out. BDO will always still have its diehard players. It's kind of like StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 is not nearly as, I don't know, monetized, right, as BDO is, but it's still got an active pro scene. It's still got a lot of people that still play the game and still enjoy watching that content. So I think that BDO's longevity as a game, I think it's probably got at least 15 years in it still, 15, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's got about 15 years or so before the player base falls below about 2,000 active players. And I hope that I'm wrong, but again, 15 years is a long time considering we've already come the first 8. You know what I mean? Like this is, I do think that it's got the longevity. Even if they removed PvP from the game tomorrow, I think that there's plenty of people that would still enjoy the game.
If there was something that was going to kill BDO, what do you think it would be?
Pearl Abyss.
Well, like what would they do? Like, is it just like balance stuff, just like content in the game? What do you think is bringing, like, pulling it down? Or gonna pull it down?
Well, I think when you look at like different games, it's the removal of specific stuff. Like you could argue that stuff that like killed RuneScape was the removal of free trade, which is a big thing in the game, and the removal of PvP in the wilderness, which was, I think once you start moving basically, unironically, fundamental rights of like what you consider a normal thing in the game, the norms of how you interact with players and stuff. I think when you remove those things in a game, you lose what the game was, and you're trying to form it into something else, and it's no longer that thing, and then you lose the player base that was attached to that thing.
I've got it.
What is it?
The single worst thing that they could possibly do to the game that would have the most dramatic fall off in overall players is putting a daily like quest limit on how long you can grind and actually make silver. So like, and you could see them, and I know that sounds like a crazy idea, like, oh, they would never do that.
Time gating?
It would boost their overall login numbers for a short period of time because people would log in, grind for their hour. Like, let's say you could grind for 1 hour via a quest and make 10 billion silver. Right? This is how they might introduce something like this. I'm not saying they will, but this is how they might introduce something like this. They say, hey guys, you no longer, we understand the grind is too monotonous for people. People don't have 10 hours a day to grind anymore. So we're going to introduce this new way to grind. And if you just grind for 1 hour, but you complete this quest while you do it, you will get 10 billion silver. Okay, so your first hour of grinding is 10 billion silver, and every hour after that is 1 billion silver or whatever. You know what I mean? Very few people are going to grind longer than the 1 hour, right? You would essentially kill your active player base all at once. And I've seen daily quest grinds just, it turns the game into a chore, right? It turns the game into a complete chore, and people just don't want to play anymore. So like, I think that if they turned the game into too many chores, instead of just allowing people to play as long as they want, doing whatever content that they want, it would completely destroy the fabric of the game. Removing PvP from the game certainly hurt the player base. We lost almost 60% of the players at one time. And a decent amount of those players came back with the Calpheon ball, but now they're starting to leave again. Even the anniversary event, we've seen still a slight decline overall, but they're hanging on. You know, they're doing their best. But here's the thing. Again, the game would continue on. The game would be fine. The player base would be smaller, sure. But I think that players would still continue playing the game. I think that at its core, people love the fact of BDO that you can just do whatever content you want for as long as you want. And if they put like a really front-loaded amount of rewards on that first hour, or doing daily quests every day, I think that it would kill the game immediately.
I did remember.
I think that they've sprinkled a lot of that already into the game. I think they've already done a little bit of that. Like the Pig King grinding spot is kind of in tune with that. But I think it's not like too overboard. It's kind of like exciting to like, oh, the new jackpot spot has come out. All right, grind it. See if you get the jackpot, and then do that. I think that that's kind of okay with the way they designed it, because it makes people excited to go grind the best and slot spot while it's out, because it's better than everything else. But I agree, once they make it like a hard requirement, like similar other games where it's like a daily specific activity or something like that, I think that's where you've kind of lost the general player base of like, no longer am I rewarded for the time I invest in this game. I'm rewarded for the daily login, which is pretty miserable in my opinion. I don't think that's like super fun to be excited for a daily login, because I would argue that's what killed, in my opinion, Lost Ark. You get capped on daily materials, you get all your daily materials, and then it's like, I want to play this game more. You won't let me play this game more.
Pointless.
And now I don't feel good about wanting to play the game more. You're making me do chores every day, and that's not fun. I think that BDO's done so far a good job of not making me feel like I'm always doing chores. I'm wanting to do the progression because I want to put in that time, because every single tap feels worth it to get closer to that next gap, which I think the Karazad and Sovereigns have done kind of a good job to make you more motivated to press more often, because before it was like, what, the Debos were like 11.5k crons a click, so you were clicking that like once a week and it fucking felt terrible. And now it doesn't feel too bad. It's definitely not the best situation we've ever been in, but it's better because people wanted it to be this way, and so now we're where we are because of that. And I don't think that's like worst case scenario yet.
It seemed like they tried to do that with the Pig Cave too, where it was like 1 hour or something that you, but then it was like a week later they immediately switched it to open to everybody.
Right, because
like,
they realized that people like this so much that they're like, you know what, actually, I want to grind this all the time. Actually, let me just play this all the time.
There's like two versions, right?
The jackpot, it's still fun, right?
Yeah.
Right, go ahead with your hot take.
I have a hot take. I do think, frick, and I lost it because somebody dressed up as me in the game.
That's
cosplayer. Let's go. We gotta.
Dapper, what do you mean that's not me?
He's too handsome.
Got him. Cooked. He's cooked, guys. Game over.
It's not a problem at all. No, I remember that. I'll take this one. Just remember, it's gonna come back at you. Now, shoot, what were we just talking about? Refresh me.
Hot take.
Design dailies locked in. You got a hot take about daily locked in content.
Damn, I lost it. I don't know what the hell it was. I do think that again, it's not a crazy idea to say that they would make it daily, make daily content for us to like log in for.
True.
Right? How many players
Not
are currently
crazy.
just AFK fishing every day?
True.
I think
True.
if you took away the amount of people that are basically around the clock AFK fishing in BDO, and again,
Population would look very small.
it would be tiny. It would be small.
A few thousand players.
Yes, exactly. And that's what I think the biggest problem with BDO is currently is I don't really feel super motivated. Oh, I remember the hot take. Okay, so Blonde, you said, oh yeah, it felt kind of bad to have to grind for a week to get one attempt on my Devo. I remember a time when I used to have to grind all week to do one attempt on my Tet Dandelion or my Pen Dandy and have it fail. And it didn't feel nearly as bad. Look, it felt well. I mean, it felt way worse, but I still kept grinding more.
True,
Like,
I agree. I think that the upgrades at that time were
the game.
Those upgrades at that time in the game were more significant because the difference between a Tent and Pen Dandelion felt stronger because the
that's what I'm getting at.
The AP gaps and the AP scaling and the AP what was it? What do we call them? The hidden caps. What is it called?
Hidden AP caps. Yeah,
brackets.
hidden AP
brackets.
There you go. Thank you. The brackets were a significantly big deal to how you felt about your progression. You were like, "Oh shoot, I hit a big AP cap. Let's go!"
Oh my god, renown score.
That was like 261, 265, 269 era, the renown score era, which arguably is one of the worst things that's ever been done to BDO, and then they've completely kind of reverted it, but not really reverted it. I think it's kind of a complex issue because I've said this even to my friends, just literally 10 minutes before the podcast, 30 minutes before that, I've talked to another group of friends. It feels rough being at the end game and feeling like I don't need to grind for anything higher than a pen weapon. I don't need to grind anything higher than a whatever weapon or a deck accessory or 9 accessory because my gear does not feel significant past that point. Which I would say that you don't need to cater to the end game player base and make them feel significant because it makes them more overpowered for PvP. But it would, I mean, in some ways it would motivate players to go for those caps that they would never before so that they can pwn people in PvP. So there's like pros and cons to the system of like, is it better to make bigger AP caps for like higher end game players? I think there's an argument to be made. Personally, I don't PvP, so I don't care. But it definitely feels bad when, I finally pitied out on my level 8 Oct weapon, and I feel 0.01% difference, and that in some ways can feel pretty bad. I don't think that's like. I'm not the target audience, and I'm not saying I should be the target that BDO is trying to, PA is trying to target. Be like, oh, we need to make Blondebear's experience better as an end game player who's just grinding just to grind because he likes the game. But it definitely makes people feel weird when they're in their progression, and it's like for example, Dapper's like 297 AP. He said so every time he gets like another AP bracket, he's probably feeling like incremental progression where he's like, oh, I have access to this new spot. Oh, I have access to this new spot. Versus at end game, you feel like, all right, I have access to everything, and like every AP after that doesn't feel great. So like, I don't really feel a need to play the game. Which again, I don't think I necessarily need to be the target, but it definitely feels bad when your progression doesn't feel rewarding, regardless of whatever stage of the game you're at. If you feel not great about that progression, that's not gonna feel great, like at all. I think, right,
bro? It's come to the point where Heidel highlights, bro. Everything is +1 now. Doesn't matter. You have a deck sovereign or a new sovereign. Congratulations on your +1, loser. You know what I mean? Like,
right, but that's also because people ask for it. So like, I agree that right now we can complain about that, and it's like this sucks. But it's also like we asked to have pities. We asked to have a system that rewards us eventually over time to pity out and give us that item. Because before people didn't like the previous system. So I think that. I agree that it sucks that a lot of it right now is just like failing. +1, we're pitying out, we're getting everything eventually. But people ask for that because they didn't like the previous caps. And I think that we've gotten into this situation because of the feedback around the game that led us to this. I don't think it's necessarily a PA-specific problem. It's a player feedback problem that's led us to this. Personally, in my opinion, that's how I feel about it. I think that player feedback has led to this current problem that we're dealing with.
Well, I don't think the pity system is necessarily the issue. I don't think anybody minds the pity system. In fact, if anything, it's too punishing. I would agree. I think the pity system is a good addition to the game. I still think it's too punishing basically across the board. It was like me and a bunch of other adventurers complained about it so long. So we're like, dude, why do we have to attempt 40 times on a black star? What is this, dude? This is obnoxious. It doesn't feel good at all. So they're starting to tone down the pities across the board, which they need to keep doing for basically everything. Number one. Number two,
True.
it's meaningful progression. As you said it perfectly, Blonde. It's like, dude, you hit that pen dandy, you were like, let's go! You know what I mean? Like, because you would hit like new AP brackets, you'd be stronger in PvP, you'd be stronger in PvE.
I
Like,
get what you're
new
saying.
Stuff that you could do, but like,
totally.
dude, at this point, between Sept and Oct, Sovereign, the difference that everybody really cares about is the fucking weapon glow, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, nobody even cares.
But that's
about the
because
where
of
we're
that
at.
feedback, right? Players don't. I don't think players really understand power creep and how it really affects the game, and I think that's like a basic misunderstanding of a lot of stuff. That like before we weren't. I think that right now we're concerned about the looks in the gear because the gear doesn't feel meaningful, but that's because we pushed for that over time eventually based on our feedback, right? Like
Careful, Bond.
I think that's what the players have unfortunately come upon from their feedback of like, I need the progression to feel more meaningful and tap it more often. I think it's like a complex problem where like we have a lot of power creep going on where like we have so much power coming in on the game and we're tapping way more often and we're pushing more often. But now we don't feel those power points. Like I'm not excited to hit the 350 AP bracket or the 354 AP bracket or the 357 AP bracket because I'm not feeling any difference. Because literally the difference between my pen and my Oct weapon is literally the fact that I'm willing to pop a perfume or not. And that feels kind of weird that a perfume matters more than me hitting 2 levels on my weapon that would take me 2 months of progression if I pitied out tapping that weapon. And I think that's where we're in a weird situation of like they can't push hard brackets because it makes it too rewarding for PvP scenarios where people will then just open world PvP a bunch of people and have insane brackets that make them strong. Like the old days, like we remember with the Pen Dandy where it felt fudging amazing to hit that Pen Dandy. But now we're stuck where we can't feel that good progression because people get too powerful, where it feels too OP, and people start getting into like RMT type stuff. Versus now that we've nerfed that experience, now I, as an endgame player, don't feel rewarded for grinding crazy for the next like 3 months, grinding my gear, because I only get like a 0.01% difference in whether it's my trash or whether it's my clear or whether it's my grind. Versus me popping an elixir and a perfume and a guild buff, the furniture buff would feel basically the same difference of that upgrade. And I think that's where we have a weird situation.
So you're saying it's like kind of like a hole that they've dug themselves? Is that what you mean?
Right, they've accidentally dug themselves a hole that creates a weird situation. But it's not again, it's not necessarily PA's fault. It's also the feedback of the play.
No, it's not.
I think PA is the fault for designing that, but it's players'
wait.
feedback that has led us into this weird situation because players don't always give the correct feedback for what the problem they're facing. They say, I'm facing a problem A, and I need to fix this. I want solution A to fix this, and PA tries to address it, and they address problem A, but it creates then problem B, because PA didn't address the root of the problem. They addressed what the player's concern of the problem was, rather than than looking at the whole total game as a player base and looking at the progression of the game and the way it's designed. Like, they addressed looking at Debos being 11.5k crons per click per 1 week per that, feeling bad, to, okay, we need to tap gear more often. But we're not also addressing the second fact of, back in the day, my Pen Dandy used to feel amazing when I hit it. Why don't I feel that anymore? Well, that's addressing AP brackets. That's addressing, the Renown system. But we all hated Renown system because it made gear carried people feel too strong because they got free DP out of it. So, like, how do they address a problem where we've had 3 different sets of feedback in 3 different directions attacking one specific issue, and how do they make that feel worthwhile? Well, they don't make the end game player experience feel good. They make the progression, for example, Dapper Dax situation, feel really great. And then when they get to the end game, it's like, good luck grinding the next 2,000 hours and have fun at that situation.
Yeah, if I could speak on this.
Go for it.
Because usually I wouldn't be able to speak on this, but a couple days ago I got to experience just what you're talking about. I did Ataraxian for the first time, and we actually had to force ourselves to slow down to experience some of the mechanics because people were doing so much damage. Like we were just blowing through the bosses, and the guide who was Rilma was like, "All right, we want to kind of like showcase some of these mechanics. We gotta ease back a little bit." And that was the first time I really experienced what you're talking about with the power creep. Because like you said, my progression right now is just it's very steady, it's very rewarding. And I do notice that there's a lot of people just grinding DSR. Like that's what everyone's doing. They're all just grinding DSR for hours and hours and hours. And I really am hoping by the time I get there, there's going to be other things to do, because I don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. I don't want to just
stuck in the same place for the next 2,000 hours of grinding because everyone's there at the same time. It's fucking miserable, right?
I'm the kind of player who likes to have goals to work towards. I'm not like we talked about earlier before we started. I'm not someone who really focuses on silver per hour. I like to have goals to go for. The silver's kind of a byproduct of those goals,
right?
And so, having something to work towards, some kind of item, some treasure items, whatever it is. I'm hoping. I think the solution would be just more in-game content, more dungeon content, add on to Ataraxian, and also there's like. I'm kind of brought back to Destiny, and I know it's kind of weird to go back to this, but Destiny 2,
so good.
One of the issues they had was whenever they came out with a new raid, the old raids became pretty much obsolete. There was no reason to do them. They didn't provide any rewards. They were great raids. They were cool, but there was just no reason to do them. So you ended up doing the same thing over and over and over again. And I think what would be really cool is if PA, I mean, they do this kind of thing with Decky where they're revisiting zones, but I don't really want to see like recycled content. That's kind of like the easy way out. I would like to see them adding more in-game options and also more hard mode things or more rewards that people can use to revisit those pieces of content. Like you have the Elvia Ataraxian, right? But who knows? They said that they're going to be adding more to Ataraxian. I would also like to see them make more fanfare around world first completions, things like that. Make it a more community-oriented event. Because when I was doing Ataraxian, I was like, how did people do this for the first time without guides? So much trial and error, so much trial and error.
So it's like, and it's like, what is going on?
Put statues of the players that completed it for the first time in the game. Like that's how much of an achievement I think that is, and I think if they focus on that kind of stuff for the in-game players, it'll be good.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I feel that.
All right. I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I completely agree with what Dapper said right at the end there, and I don't disagree about the Destiny 2 points, except for the fact to say that we don't really want to be like Destiny 2. That game's ass now.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm using it as an example of what we shouldn't be.
It was good.
Was cinema. Okay, total ass now. Now that being said, Blonde, the only point that I really disagree with, and I'm gonna go. I want to debate with you on.
Sure.
Is you can't really blame the players for giving PA feedback when you yourself, for years and on previous podcasts, are recorded saying we've been giving them feedback for years. They don't listen to anything. They just do what they want with their game. They don't listen to us. Stop trying to give feedback was basically your overall message. So you can't turn around now and say, well, the whole progression system is as a result of them listening to player feedback. That's not really a thing because they really have not been listening. They haven't been giving us player feedback, or haven't been listening to our player feedback for years that we played the game. They just kind of do what they want with the game. And like for many years, that was an okay direction for a lot of us. But like, they're not doing any of this because we wanted it. They did it because they thought it was best for the game, and they do what they think is like the best for the longevity of the game. And this last year, we've seen what happens when they're wrong about that. Now, to their credit, they were good about it for the first like 6 or so years that the game was out in the West. So 8 total years the game was out. They only made a few missteps here and there, but like I guess there are a few more than a little, but like again, over the last year or so, we've seen like the progression kind of really cascade. I guess 1 to 2 years. We've seen the progression really cascade in a really bad direction that a lot of players don't like as much, and it just does not feel as meaningful as it did, say, even 2 years ago. You really felt the motivation to log in and grind. Even in like Medaya, it's like, oh yeah, I don't want to. And this is to the point where it's just like, oh well, some players only grind for silver per hour. Well, see, you understand that in 2017, I grinded Elric Shrine. And it wasn't because it was necessarily good silver per hour. It was because that was the only silver per hour I could get without being necessarily disrupted. So, like, I think that it's actually a good thing to put a lot of players in the same grind zone and force them to compete for resources, because then it forces players that aren't quite up to snuff to go to the next best spot. So, like, for example, if the flame only drops from Dark Seekers, I agree with you. That's bad game design, because then nobody really has an option where to go to. But if the best flame drop is at Dark Seeker's Retreat, okay. And then you have, a great example of this was Mountain of Eternal Winter. So I'm going to use that. The best flame drop was at Jade Starlight Forest. It's still like this to this day. A lot of people really like Jade and the design there. Well, when the expansion first came out, everyone went to Jade. So the people that really couldn't compete at Jade Starlight Forest turned around and went to Murrowalk's Labyrinth, and that was like a good second option. Were you making less silver per hour? Sure, but you were still able to like go out and grind for your flame and stuff. And I do think that, again, that kind of grind zone design is actually good and healthy for the game, as long as you don't make one thing available at one spot. And the developers are good about this. Mountain of Eternal Winter overall was kind of a failure of an expansion because they just never decided to update it ever again. But when it first came out, everyone flocked to it and absolutely loved it. It was the same thing with Turos. When Turos came out for Odalita, it was basically the same thing. People really, really enjoyed that. And there was a lot of competition for resources, but it wasn't necessarily the only way to get the flame back in the day. Now, Blonde has stepped away from his computer. So is Dapper, because apparently I'm uninteresting enough to literally just take your headset off and walk away from the computer. You guys don't even have to listen to me. That's fine. So Jay, as someone that just listened to
I'm here. What do you mean?
Yeah, as someone that listened to literally
You walked away like 3 times.
Well, yeah, but I have my wireless headset on. I can always hear you. Always. I literally can always hear you no matter where I am in the house. Blonde did this.
Caught.
Like, homie.
Everyone
like,
spam the caught emote.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, that's fine. The craziest thing is the YouTube comments are always like, Blue is so disrespectful. He constantly tries to talk over Blonde. He doesn't listen to anything Blonde has to say. He's always, every time Jay opens his mouth, Blue is always zoomed in on one of the characters' titties. And he's not listening to Jay at all. He's pointing at things on the screen. The simple fact of the matter is, I am great at multitasking, and I'm making the production more engaging for everybody by looking at the different outfits, right? And I'm still listening to Jay.
Yep.
I'm still listening to Jay's points. But here's the thing: I'm not taking off my headset. Anyway. Dapper, I'm sorry, Jay, as someone that listened to the entire point,
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and give your thoughts on this particular issue?
Could you remind me what that issue was?
It depends on your perspective. I generally agree that, like, depending on your like, if you think that the PAs generally listen to you, I totally get that. Like, you may feel that you're maybe disregarded or whatever, but like, there's some people that genuinely agree that that PA is listening. They their feedback is put on the forums, and their forums are then implemented into updates, and they feel like they're genuinely listened to, and those updates are put in, and those people feel listened to. I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying where, you know, I've said in the past where it feels like PA doesn't listen. They're going to design their game however they want, and I agree that if PA is just going to make whatever they want, then we can't blame the players necessarily. But you can't disagree that there is some sentiment that players carry that end up becoming game changes based on
accident.
The push. Maybe you could say on accident.
Not listening to the players, Blonde. Come on, your partner.
We could say on accident, but there are definitely people that carry the sentiment, and then they get the game changed in the way they want, and they're like, "Hey, this is what I wanted," and that's a change that's good in my opinion for what thing I wanted. I think that you could say it's just happenstance, but there's no way that PA would just happen to miraculously design a game change that was exactly what players wanted feedback-wise. I think that they probably follow the wave of sentiment that players carry to do updates and changes, and I think that that generally happens on like an okay scale. I just, like I've said before in previous podcasts, I think it's tough because they have 8 different types of players giving so much feedback, and they want to satisfy everyone, but it's really, really tough, and it's not that easy because they have so many different types of players in the game that are trying to do whatever random goal they want to do or whatnot. I just don't think it's that easy to be like, oh, all PA has to do is just listen to our feedback, and it's like we have vastly different players that have different feedback, and I think that's not an easy mission to accomplish. In my opinion, I think that's tough for them to do.
2 things. First thing, can we talk for a moment about how 2 people got up and literally just walked away with their headsets off, and then the third person was left with his headset on, and it ended up being like this.
I had my headset on.
From the Lion King, he's still
I had my headset on.
He's got his headset on. He's at his computer. What was that, Blue? Fucking crazy right now. Literally Ed from the Lion King. Anywho, I do think that, again, Prolibus does not listen to player feedback. I state, for example, the partner chat and the forums just don't get listened to, period, dot. Maybe on minor things here and there, they'll be like, "Oh, we add this little thing based on the suggestion of the forum."
I can see that. I can see that.
Right?
Yeah.
But big player, I mean, big like sweeping changes to the game.
It's a lot harder for them to listen to.
Yeah,
because it's a major game change, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's hard for them to be like, yeah, let's vastly change the game based on a small percentage of player feedback on what we think the game should be. I think that's kind of a tough ask.
Here's the thing: it's their job as developers, Blonde, to know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but
I get you.
I didn't get to finish my point there.
Sure.
I think it's their job as developers to know which feedback is genuinely good feedback and which feedback is a step in the wrong direction. They do this all the time. I mean, crud. I get feedback for my stream all the time. It's my job to know, no, that person is just mentally ill, and yes, that's good feedback, right? Like, forgive me, but like a lot of the Blue Squadron chatters are mentally ill morons trying to use the R word.
Listen,
a lot less.
I'm not going to disagree. PA definitely does listen to their audience that sometimes it has some mental issues. I'm not going to disagree on that, okay? Sometimes they've made some missteps and listened to the wrong portion of the community. I can't help that, okay? That is one thing that I will fault PA on. Sometimes they do listen to the wrong person about the wrong update. There's been a handful of times where I'm like, what are you doing?
Bangers, baby.
Listen, 1 out of 5 times they're gonna have to listen to the crazy guy. Okay, there's no way to defend that. Sometimes they're gonna listen to the crazy guy. Sometimes they listen to the same guy, the sane guy. Sometimes they're gonna listen to the crazy guy. I can't help that, man. They're trying to appeal to, like, again, 8 different types of an audience, and I think that's a lot tougher than we give them credit for.
Well, that is true, because we've got PvP, we've got live skillers, we got all kinds of different gamers in here.
Tier 1 node warders, Tier 2 node warders, Tier 3 node warders, siegers, we have open world PvPers, we have AOS PvPers, we have GVG PvPers, we have RBF PvPers, we have open world, just general grinders. We have people that do the dungeons. We have people that do the boss splits. We have people that do the boss splits that's like limited to specific gear rolls. I think there's
some only life skill.
And you could argue this is PA's fault. You could argue this is PA's fault, and I think that's totally fair that PA's made 10 modes of the game that are way too difficult to manage. And that's fair. That's PA's fault. I agree on that.
You know what it is, though? There's something in Korean culture where you're only allowed to have like one MMO subscription at a time. And so what they have to do is they create a lot of games within one game. So that way...
I think that's what we currently have.
Yeah, and that's their core audience is trying to, that way they don't have to go to other games.
Right. They try to make 20 different game modes in the singular game to get people to play those things. I think that's probably what we currently have, which is what they're trying to satisfy. But in my opinion, it doesn't really hit the mark because the way BD is designed is like, it's not really the way that people want to play this game. And it's not really the design of the game for people to want this style of game. I think that's where we have like a difficult issue of like game design issues.
Is it kind of, I guess, to boil it down, is it a Korean culture issue for, because you mentioned like how in Korean culture you can only play one
Dude,
MMO. I had no
unironically,
idea.
I think 99% of
It's
our
a
issues
subscription.
are a
It's
Korean
about
culture
subscription
issue.
because
I think
it's like a social security thing.
What?
Dude, I think 99% of our issues are a Korean culture issue. I mean, half the translations and issues, like the fact that seasons are still called seasons when it's not seasonal and it is specifically more of like an upstart player design is like, why are we still calling this seasonal? This is not a season. When it was seasonal, and it is no longer seasonal. It is like
It's too late to change it. It's too late to change it.
Why are we calling this a season? Hardcore is not hardcore. Hardcore is what was the game mode called?
Extraction shooter. No, it's the
it's called a Battle Royale. It's called
Fortnite.
Shadow Arena. Just call it Shadow Arena. It's Shadow Arena 2.0, bro.
Oh my God.
Why
Bob's
are we
getting
calling
louder
it
and louder.
hardcore? Why are we calling it? Dude, it is annoying. It's annoying, man. It's hard to defend PA in this situation where it's like, you've mistranslated too many things. How can I defend you when you call this one thing, this another? Like, how do I defend you? You make it too hard to defend, man. This is impossible.
Sorry, I was just finishing up my message to CM Corruption about removing you from the partner program. I do think it's really hard to defend them. I completely agree, and I love how based you're being about. Bro, you're right. They do mislabel stuff, but that's kind of a nitpick at the end of the day. Like
translation issue.
Yeah, translation issue. Oh, yo, okay. All right, this is a good topic. To pivot a little bit, I think most people have given their 2 cents except for Jay, who again is Ed from.
No, yeah, I agree with everything you guys have said. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Anywho, hardcore servers. I have my opinion about this. I know that we've already voiced it. We voiced it on the last podcast. Dapper, you're a new player. Were you excited for hardcore servers? Are you still excited for hardcore servers? Are you going to play them? Has anything been misdesigned, or do you just love it?
So when I first heard about hardcore, I had been playing hardcore World of Warcraft with Mrs. Deck, and we love it because it's like people actually value their characters' lives. You know, it's like when you come across someone in the world.
IRL. Yep.
It's kind of, yeah. It's like when you're out in the world and someone's getting attacked and you save them, they're grateful. You know, they're actually grateful. So I was hoping for something like that with BDO. When I saw the extraction shooter sort of like game mode where it's like you go in, I was kind of like, you know, it kind of missed the mark for me. It wasn't what I was expecting. I'm gonna play it. I mean, it sounds fun with what they have. I think they're probably gonna have to do some work with it to really flesh it out. They're kind of releasing it as a preseason sort of thing. And I think that's kind of the same thing they did with the Dragons, where they put it in the game, let people play around with it, see what's wrong with it, see what could be better with it. And so I'm going to play it. I mean, it's going to be part of my daily rotation. You know, you got Pit of the Undying, you've got your 2 hours of hardcore mode. I think it'd be cool to have like more classes, honestly, because I'm going to be playing the Sork. And I would like to be doing that. Because I want to play Sork in Siege and PvP in general, because the Witch, she's fun, but I want to do more, and I think the Sork is kind of my play style as well. I think the Sork, for me, what excites me about the Sork is she's got a really high skill ceiling. So there's ways you could play the Sork that people don't play her, and that's always been something I really like about classes and games when there's a high skill ceiling. But yeah, I'm excited about it. I do hope they come out. I hope this thing that Fake Uni's doing with the hardcore game mode that him and his guild are running, I hope that creates enough interest to where PA is kind of like, there's actually a player base that is really interested in a true hardcore mode. I hope they bring something out like that, like a true hardcore. I don't know what they're going to call this new hardcore game mode if they do come out with an actual hardcore server. But yeah, those are my thoughts on it.
One, I think it's funny that the Awakening Witchmane is going to first time Sork on the hardcore server, and honestly,
well, I have a
Dapper,
tagged Sork.
Let me put it.
My Sork is
going to be
tagged.
great content for your audience. Okay, that being said, it is phenomenal content overall. I can't wait for Choice to welcome you to the Thunderdome. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like,
welcome to the Thunderdome.
Give him his Choice's chat. Give him the chair. Like,
well, you know, if you have less survival points, if you have under 20% survival points to the other person, if they kill you, they lose a lot of survival points. So if I just stay under that status quo,
Yeah,
then I'll be
yeah,
safe from,
Wait,
from
whoa, whoa, whoa.
choice.
luck,
You know,
dude.
that's the
Back
strat.
up.
Oh.
Back up. So you can just sit. Like there's like a karma system, basically.
Yeah, a little bit. If you're doing so well, you're kind of restricted to who you can go after.
It
is
has to
my
be under
understanding of it.
1,000. I imagine it's going to be really hard to be under a certain
What?
cap. It's like you would be picking on people that just logged in. I imagine it's going to be really easy to pass whatever.
When did they
artificial
announce
cap.
this? Wait.
It's on.
It was in the
patch
notes.
A
page.
new vid. Oh, I'm gonna be reacting to that.
There's,
We're gonna
there's
eat good
no
today.
shot it's going to be like easy to get. It's going to be like, oh, you
Ugh.
picking on a guy that just logged into the game. Obviously, we're not going to let you just demolish him. Like I feel like it's not going to be that easy.
I guess I'll watch the video on it.
We're
I don't
going to
wanna
have to
speak
see
on
the
something.
values of
Now-
things that so.
That's fair. And we've already given our opinion on hardcore servers, so we're not going to talk too much about that. I will say again, the idea of a hardcore mode is interesting. A lot of BDO players have been doing what we call the Iron Man mode lately. I'm on an Iron Man. Sickloot does an Iron Man. He was the first one. I won't say he pioneered it, but he was the first one out of the people that are currently doing it. Sickloot was first. Azor was next. I'm doing an Iron Man as well. And then Fake Uni had a thought, because all of us have to be different in some way and not like the other girls. Let's just be honest. Let's look.
Bro, no one can do the same design.
Yeah, Azur's like, I'm gonna make the game hard, and then Sickly's like, I'm not gonna use storages, and then I'm like, I'm not gonna use fucking anything, and then Fake's just like, if I die, I reset. You're all trash. You know what I mean? Like
He manual loots, man. He just manual loots everything.
What
No,
a
my
freak
God.
of nature! Freak of nature, bro! What are
know.
you doing?
It's crazy. Okay, I will say this. For like, I watched Fake Uni's thing on it. I think that what he's doing is, it's just madness. I don't want to fucking do that. I'm sorry, but like I've never. And I think that, and I think that there are a small subset of players that would like to play BDO in kind of a hardcore mode like that. But what he's doing is just, I think, way too far beyond what I think most players are willing to tolerate. In their overall gameplay. Like that's just my opinion on it. Like there's just no way. Manually looting everything. If you die, you reset.
Crazy,
no quest,
bro.
No like no pets, no quests, no fairy, no tent, no outfit, no nothing, no events, nothing. And I don't know, it just at a certain point you just start sucking the fun out of the game. I do think that the hardcore servers, I was thinking that the hardcore servers would be hardcore like World of Warcraft kind of, but with PvP on after level 50. That's what I was thinking what was going to happen. Like they would only have, again, it would be like 2017 BDO with all the quality of life changes that we currently have. They give you a tent, they give you a pets, they give you all that stuff. So like the silver doesn't have weight and stuff, but like you can only go Balna, Serendia, Calpheon, Medaya, and Valencia, right? Like that would be, and then like you have to grind those spots, and if you hit level 60, you get like a pen dib on your main account, you get a title or whatever, you get some like cool stuff.
Would you die if you PvP? Like, would you lose your character?
Yes. So like, well, here's the thing, not immediately. After level 50, PvP is on. Okay, and you have to choose where you want to go and what you want to do. If you die after level 50, you go to the gulag. You have to fight another player who has also died, and whoever dies there has to reset.
How do you include like
here's-
microtransaction with that though? Because then people would start
You
like that
don't.
would be heavily pay to win.
That's the fun part. You don't.
That's
There's not a
No
purpose.
microtransactions. Okay.
Yeah. No, what are you talking
Dances.
about? Like, bro, you can't have.
There is
I
none
love
of
it.
that, brother.
Dapper, why is your first thought? But how are we going to monetize?
No, that's what I mean though. Is like
Dapper,
it's
they're a
not how are we going to
multi-billion-dollar
monetize it?
company.
It's that we shouldn't monetize it. That's what I'm saying. Is like you need to completely revamp how the game works if you're going to do that. You need to get rid of the Pearl Shop, because if you do have a Pearl Shop, you're going to have a lot of complaints and it's not going to go over very well. That was kind of my point.
No, well, obviously no Pearl Shop. That's why I said it should be kind of, maybe it's like a buy to play thing. Maybe you have to spend an extra $10 or something to play on the hardcore server, and you get access to it forever. But you're allotted 10 maids, full tier 4 pets, you know, like the tent and all that stuff, right? And like every character you make on the hardcore server has all that stuff. There's a lot of different ways that they could do it, but that's kind of more what I was expecting out of a hardcore mode. I cannot believe they call it a hardcore server, and it's really just Shadow Arena.
Listen,
That's what it is.
Battle
No,
it's a
here's the thing.
translation issue. It's a translation. It's always been a
worst part-
translation issue. Seasons is a translation issue.
Well, hold on, the worst part.
Hardcore is a translation issue. Everything's a
worst part-
fucking
Going off again.
translation issue, bro. They've
worst
never
part
been able
is-
to not be a translation issue.
I'm gonna have a hot take again. Are you ready?
Oh,
I'm about
boy,
to
maybe.
AoE taunt
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
uh-oh.
I think that instead of just doing all of this development time, all the hardcore service, all of this shit, if instead of doing this, they had just reactivated Shadow Arena for 2 hours a day,
True.
it would have been better.
True.
Oh.
Probably
I'm
true.
just gonna be honest.
All they had to do
I
was
think
cap
that
the
Twitch
rewards.
I never got experience
appreciated
that
it more.
one.
It's basically going to be the same thing as hardcore.
Yeah.
You jump in, you do a battle
What's
arena
different?
where you pick a random class, get random gear, and just smack people up. It's going to be the same exact thing. It is a shame they're trying to categorize it, revamp it, reclaim it, rename it as something else. It's really unfortunate because all they had to literally do, exactly what Blue said, just re-enable the previous game mode. People would have loved that shiz. The problem is back in the day, people were botting it and causing the
They can
rewards
stop
to
bots,
basically
though.
duplicate. They could have stopped the bots. Yeah, they
Like,
could have
they-
said, "Hey, we have an
Not even
artificial
a
cap.
question.
We have you do 2 in a row. All right, third time you're gonna get like 10% of the rewards you were getting before." And they just decided not to do that. Every single feedback at the time was like, leave this game mode in. Don't make a separate game. Make it so that it's like capped to 2 or 3 times a day. And if you want to keep playing it, you do it for fun, not for reward. And they just said no. And they made it a separate game mode, and it failed and burned
The
to the
standalone
ground.
game.
Obviously, the standalone game absolutely burned to the ground because based on player feedback, which was obvious from any person that had a brain, it was not going to work. And they just said, nah, we know better than you guys. All right. Well, you're about to frick around and find out, motherfudger.
So for any viewers, for Dapper and for any viewers who don't know how Shadow Arena's dynamic was back then, it was, again, as we mentioned before, it was Battle Royale. Everybody started in the center, and then you got launched off as a black spirit into like a sort of like small area where there's like frozen classes, and then whatever frozen class you decided to pick up, usually it's whatever the closest. There was like a Kunoichi, a warrior, witch, striker, etc. You had limited
So like a league
abilities.
sort of thing.
I guess kind of, yeah. You were limited on the abilities you could use, and as you kept fighting mobs, you would get more gear, and they would also drop skills. And so it was kind of like a roguelike at the same time. Yeah, and then sometimes people would be able to have access to their meteor or something like that. I think Succession and Awakening was all like separate. They were like separate classes. I think that's how they did in Shadow Arena. But yeah, towards the end, like the fog would come in, forcing players to go to the middle, and then you would have to fight each other eventually. And then there was leaderboards
time of the
too.
year when, like in the 2010s, battle arenas were crazy. PUBG was crazy.
Everyone had a battle arena.
Were all battle arenas, and they said we're going to capitalize on this. Let's do a battle arena,
and it was fun.
And I agree that
battle
it
royale
was
anyway.
fun. I'm not going to disagree.
Mode, yeah.
It was genuinely fun. It was a really good time.
The confines of Black Desert Online, it was good.
Right.
If you compare it though to Fortnite or PUBG, it was ass.
Sure,
It's
it wasn't. It wasn't
close.
related to any other game, but
To
the
be
fact
fair,
that it was
Fortnite's
a part of
ass.
BDO and it was a sub game in BDO, it was awesome.
a good
And then
game.
they said, "Oh, too many people are auto logging and hacking and making bots to play this game to generate more GP. So we're just gonna figure out how to or silver. Sorry,
The
We're just gonna
silver
figure out how to,
reward was pretty
take
good
this out of
too.
the game." Yeah, the
No,
silver
I
reward was
think-
good. They should have just capped it. They should have just said you get 2 or 3 games a day, and then it's capped. Instead, they said we're gonna remove this game mode and we're gonna make a separate game.
Well,
Nobody
you know what
wa-
they did.
a separate game, motherfudger. We wanted it to be in BDO and it be a sub game in BDO, and they said no. All right,
Here's the thing.
we're done, bro.
At the end of the day, again, this is another example how I go back to the point before. They don't listen to feedback, okay? Here's the deal. This time, the reason they did it wasn't because of bots. It wasn't because they're not listening to player feedback. It's because they want the money. They thought that there was money in it, and they thought that they could monetize a standalone game by itself, basically just do BDO, but in a much simpler version on this other form. It was about the money. And
I
it
want to
failed
disagree with you,
hard.
but I do think you're right. I want to
Yeah,
disagree.
it's
I
about
want to
the
say
money.
no. PA's better than that. PA's better than that. Please.
They're not.
But no,
Well,
I
here's
think,
the
I
question.
think you're
Is it
right. I think
better-
they said everything right now is a BA. We got to make it a BA, brother.
Correct.
It's so successful. Everybody's going crazy. PUBG is going nuts right now. Let's make the BDO Battle Royale. Nope.
I heard
nope,
horror
sorry.
stories from when Kakao Games was in charge. Would you say that PA is
Kakao?
doing better with that than Kakao?
Self-publishing, in my opinion, I think PA's better at self-publishing. Kakao / Dom, whatever they are now.
Dude.
I think they personally had a massive amount of issues that I think that PA personally does better. But you could argue, and this is probably what Blue's going to say, you could argue that now that PA has their own hands dipping into the honeypot, they are probably causing more issues. And
Yeah.
I can see that perspective. I just don't agree with it, but I can see how obviously the person that's specifically influenced to the material that is going to gain the money would cause more issues to make more money and cause more problems. I can see that. I don't think that's happening, but I think that's what Billy would probably argue, and I understand his perspective. I just don't necessarily agree with it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, my opinion on this is the Cacao, and as bad as Perlibus's game direction has been, it would have been the same under Cacao, but way worse. Cacao was just a way worse publisher in 100% of ways. There's just it was the worst experience. It completely ruined my opinion of Cacao games. It's not even a question.
True.
Especially with
Can't
their
trust
last
them with anything.
the last 2 or 3 weeks that they published the game, they knew that their publishing rights were going to go away. And so they just said, you know what, we don't care anymore. So the servers kept crashing. They didn't care anymore. They didn't do any upkeep. They didn't answer any support tickets. They didn't ban like hackers and stuff. Like, it was horrible. And then their monetization of the game, guys, think back to 2017. Look at the monetization of the game. Like, it was horrible. They clamped down super hard and then immediately implemented, like, it wasn't it Cacao that was like, we'd never implement selling outfits on the marketplace because we don't feel that has a place in the West.
Hold on. Do you think that's a PA issue or a Cacao issue? I don't think Cacao. I think Cacao had a majority issue of a lot. I agree. I think that they had a majority issue on that, but when it came to turning outfits into crons, I think that's a PA core issue. And I know that you would totally simp for this, but I think that that's a core PA issue with monetization. I don't think Cacao had anything, in my opinion, to deal with that. I think that PA tried to push it back, Cacao tried to push it back as much as they could, but I think PA was definitely pushing for crons and outfits because it was just obviously, as we've seen, it's a massive monetization for their game. I think that, that Cacao could not push off that massive wave of influence from PA, and obviously, as you've seen, PA has only pushed down and doubled down harder on that, right?
I think it was really. I think it's really funny that the non-partner is about to smack you about this. But
please do, please. I'd love to be educated.
Cacao Games overly monetize their game and then never listen to the player base whatsoever. They didn't make any effort to connect with the community. They didn't make any effort to really make new events or really try to do anything outside of what Perlibus gave them, and then tried to overly monetize their side of the publishing. And you know that this is the case because the moment that Perlibus took over, we suddenly started getting free pets all the time, free maids all the time, free outfits all the time. They made like potions and stuff suddenly weighed a lot less. Like, suddenly a lot of that feedback had gotten through, and the devs were just like, oh yeah, those are simple things, we'll just do that, no big deal. They could have easily, when the moment that they took over publishing, they could have kept that, like, their foot on the gas pedal.
Like Bungie.
But 200 IQ decision, wouldn't it be obvious from PA to be like, hey, let's make all this cute quality of life stuff so that they think we're the good guys and not the bad guys? Cacao, come on, bro.
No, that's not it either. And I state, for example, Cacao's CMGM team against our current CMGM team with Perlibus.
A lot of people migrated from those companies.
Wait,
people migrated.
No. Most of them did not. A and B. Like, do you remember? Pepperidge Farm remembers when the Cacao CMGM team was live in front of like 10,000 people, and a new player goes, "How did you get 500 energy?" And the Cacao community managers, both of them,
sweeping chimneys,
man. And then the second guy goes, "Dailies, man, dailies," because they were fucking retarded. And I try not to use that word very often. Okay,
I get it.
But like,
I agree.
they didn't actually play the game. They didn't care about the community. They did not care. You look at our current community management team, at least for NA and EU, it's like, bro, they're interacting with the player base. They're putting on events and stuff. They clearly at least understand the baseline level of their game. They've got veterans on the CMGM team that maybe they don't play the game as actively anymore, but at one point they did. They're certainly not going to make some egregious statement like that. That's just going to infuriate the entire community. And again, I think it shows How am I?
Were they?
how am
Hold
I
on, hold on, hold on. Were
I'm
they
not even a
wrong?
partner. I think
Were
it's
they
just that
wrong,
Pluribus
though?
does care about
Listen,
its player
were
base. Like,
listen,
I'm
were
a
they
partner here,
wrong
guys.
though? Were they wrong?
Yes,
Technically,
they
that
were
is
wrong. What?
technically that was a way to get more CP. Okay, come on.
Contribution, not energy. They're two different resources, moron. What are we
Technically,
talking about?
technically,
Not
it's a very
technically still
similar
wrong.
resource in the game. Surely they
Not
accidentally
similar.
confuse
Not
them,
similar.
right? They
I, as a
confuse.
new player,
I
knew the difference within a week of playing
come
the
on.
game.
You gotta give them the
Within
benefit of the
within a
doubt.
week.
Okay, they're just managing the game. They're not the players. Come on, you can't give them the benefit of the doubt. Surely they meant the best intention, and they just simply confused the words.
It was a
for each other.
mistranslation, right?
It was a mistranslation. It
You
was
gotta
a
kind of consider the overhead
mistranslation.
costs
It
too,
was
right? Like
speaking English.
Kakao is like super big publisher, big overhead, lots of monetization required to keep the lights on, right? And they probably got used to doing that kind of thing as well. But I think PA is probably getting to that point right now where overhead's getting a little big. I know they bought EVE Online because they wanted to use the engine, and then there was some issue with the rights there where they couldn't use the engine for their PvP. So now they're running 2 games, you know, they've got the mobile version of those games as well. So there's a lot of overhead to consider here. You know, it's
I think PA makes plenty of money playing plenty of money currently. They just released the game in China, and again, I think their monetization of the game has been strongly better than Kakao was. I remember under Kakao. I also remember the servers under Kakao as well. Way worse, objectively worse in every way, bro. Kakao, I'd be grinding. It's noon on a Saturday. I'm just grinding, and then all of a sudden, server just goes down. It's just out of nowhere. It's just like. And
I remember them multiple times upgrading
Hours.
the servers when it went from Kakao to PA, and we were like, yes, please, yes, better
Thank
servers.
God.
And they were like insanely better. I definitely
Way
remember those
better.
days. It was pretty crazy how like they went from cheapo mode to like, okay, guys, we're going to spend a little money on you. We're going to get you some better servers. And the game felt way better. The old days freaking sucked compared to the modern day stuff.
And Kakao's management of the game was miserable. And again, their community management team, which is Kakao's interface with the players. And like we felt for a long time as players that we just weren't getting listened to by the Koreans. Apparently it ended up being Kakao, right? And then for a long time, then Pluribus took over and we would ask for like, there was a small period of time where we would ask for something like, hey guys, potion's way too much weight. And they would be like, oh, yeah, we could change that. And the developers still do this to this day on little things. Little things. We're still trying to get them to listen to us about the big things. Hey, make Node Wars 2 hours. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Yeah, that's weird. That's crazy because it doesn't make any money for us. That's insane. But like, if they, on big things, if they listen to the player base, it'd be great. And we always talk about how Pluribus doesn't listen to the player base. Yeah. For bigger things, they don't. But for little, like minor things, like, hey, my hair is glitching into my outfit, or hey, this would make our quality of life a little bit better. They've been really good about quality of life changes ever since they took over as a publisher. Quality of life changes have been fantastic. And usually QOL changes are based on player feedback in most cases. And that's, again, the CMGM team doing their fucking jobs. In a lot of cases. Also, the toxicity in the game has declined dramatically over the last year and a half, but that is in large part due to the fact that Pluribus got sued over their game being a little bit too toxic in some areas. But okay, I think we're kind of out of time here.
That was a good talk.
Does anybody else want to add anything to that?
No, thank you guys so much for having me on. It's been a very educational experience for me.
Okay, yeah. We'll do outro and closing thoughts. Dapper will end with you here. So we'll do outro and closing thoughts now. We'll start with Blonde.
Yeah, what up? Closing thoughts is, as always, we'll see when the BDO updates come. We'll see, brother. It's always a we'll see scenario. Whether or not it's good or it's bad, we'll see. You can catch me on twitch.tv/blondebear, where, like I've said before, we're clearing deposed crown prince. We're trying to double clear it on alts now because we're psychopaths. It's again, twitch.tv/blondebear, and I like to party.
All right, and my boy JaykunVT before T.
Closing thoughts is same. Same. Like literally same. And also, the boss splits tomorrow, and again, I want to thank Dap for coming on such short notice. I just messaged him yesterday. It's like, hey, you down for this?
And
Yeah, it was awesome having you on. I want to get more people into this. Guys, I've been contacting a lot of people, just sending DM, just poking around, just being like, hey, you interested in coming in? So we'll be having a lot of guests over these next few weeks here. And so yeah, keep watching the Obo podcast. Yeah.
If you have any particular feedback that you want us to ask them questions or talk about specific topics, please provide it in the comments.
Yes.
'Cause,
Yeah.
Other than doing the generic interview stuff, it would be interesting to know what you would like to probe us on specific individual content creators.
Yeah, the issues that are important to the players and like important to you, no matter how small. That's what we want to talk about is the petty loser shit. That's what we want to talk about. You know what? I'll do my closing thought. We'll end with Dapper. I will say to Jay's again. We look at all of these comments and we're looking for more people to bring on the podcast because some of the feedback we saw was like, hey, you guys need to have more guests on the podcast to kind of spice things up. I think that next week we're looking at potentially having one of the Iron Man players on the podcast for the first time and talking about what the Iron Man looks like and maybe like the Iron Man perspectives and how that approach to the game is kind of different. And again, that's directly based on your comments and suggestions in the comments section. I want to thank Dapper for coming on. Dapper, you want to give yourself an outro, give yourself a shout out, some closing thoughts? Mod, give Dapper a shout out.
Yeah, twitch.tv/DapperDack, no E in there, just DAPPR. I am featured on the launcher this week. I think that ends tonight. So if you guys want to check out the video on my journey, make sure you go check out the launcher, DapperDack, the journey so far. I'm on a new player journey and it's kind of not really new player anymore, kind of getting more into veteran player. Really excited about Demon Lands. I really hope that pans out, honestly, because that's what I'm gearing up for. That's ultimately what everything I'm doing between Node Wars, Sieges, all the PvP, all the gearing up. It's to prepare for that content update whenever, if ever, it comes. So would love to have you guys on board for the journey. Check me out. Give me a follow. And yeah, thank you so much, guys, for having me. This has been awesome.
Absolutely. You can see it gets a little crazy sometimes. I think it's the first time I've ever seen Blonde Bear yell. Normally it's me yelling. It's like, I can't believe Blue is always yelling over Blonde Bear all the time. This time it's Blonde screaming. It was crazy. Like even people in my chat were like, why is he yelling? And I'm like, oh, this is good. Yeah. This is good. And of course, now we can still flame Jay in the comments. We're literally not saying anything the entire podcast. Even when we asked for closing thoughts, he just said same, go next. Was insane. Remember, guys, the podcast always comes out on my YouTube channel on Saturdays. So be looking forward to that. It'll be up on podcasts and Apple or Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well on Saturdays. So be looking forward to that. Make sure you give us your comments and feedback there. There's 2 new YouTube videos every day from me. Thank you, Dapper, for coming on. From all of us here at the Old Moon Podcast, have a great rest of your week, guys.
Take care.
Dapper, you have to flap your arms so my editor knows where to cut the video.
Brother,
no, that's a wave. That's a wave. We need a flap.
Yeah, like
there it is.
We're birds,
like a pelican.
Brother. We're flying.
Excellent. Like a bearded pelican. Thank you.
Let's go.
Awesome. All right. Awesome. Yeah, so now he knows where to cut the video. Okay, so I have to do my patch note rundown. You guys did great, though.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good.
Another W podcast. I was able to be live for it, even though I didn't have to be live on my main channel.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of just off the cuff on this channel. This channel's great.
Listen,
bro. I don't have
good
to worry
setup.
about
You already got 93 viewers on your alt channel that just started day 1 last second. Very good, bro.
I had to flame the. I had to. I literally didn't. Like I kind of hinted at it last week. I didn't tell anyone that I was making it today. I literally just put out a ping, and then everybody showed up.
Ping. Just casual.
Yeah, just boom. Like, yo, hey guys. By the way, new channel. I think that Chad is probably most excited for me what I'm gonna do after the patch notes today. But that'll be a surprise to them.
Brother.
Yeah, we're gonna try some other stuff, which is gonna be fun. That's the whole purpose of this channel here. Awesome. So. I can't wait. I'm actually going to do the react to the. I feel like the hardcore servers. There's apparently aspects of it that we didn't know about before. So I can't wait to literally go fucking destroy their humanity in that video. It's going to be the freest content of my entire life. Because based on what Dapper told me. Dapper said that basically there's like a karma system basically for like that you can't harass like you can't like attack you can't attack some of the players like the new players like oh my god bro I'm actually gonna eat oh man it's gonna be so
enjoy
good. Yeah. So I'm gonna
Thanks
react
for
to
coming
that.
on. I've been lurking on your stream for a
Appreciate you,
long time. And
Dammer.
you've been slowly but surely progressing in the game, and I love watching new and progressing mid-game players. It always disappoints me when like a new player plays a game and they kind of drop off immediately, and you've been really sticking to it, and I love it. I love watching your kind of players' progression.
We're gonna be a demon lord.
Dude, I love your
That's why.
title. Every time you start your stream, I'm like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. This is a real game grinder. Listen, if you ever get interested in RuneScape, please let me know.
He's trying to convert
you
people
to
more.
work on it, okay? I know we didn't get into it this stream, but I'm like really hard into RuneScape, which
Are
feels
you
a lot like
trying to poach
mid-game,
him
Poshi's
for
early to
RuneScape?
mid-game EDO. I'm just saying that
Shut
like
up.
you would probably find an extremely satisfying experience in RuneScape if and when you reach whatever artificial goal you have in BDO.
Oh my god, fuck off, you complete loser.
So
You have a
good.
3080
It'll be
Ti
so
in your
good.
play something else.
Listen, RuneScape
Anyway.
is good right now. I trust, promise.
I love you guys.
All right.
See ya.
Love you
See
guys. Good podcast.
Bye. Bye.
Tapper, thanks again for the pod. I appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. Oh my God, Swixy, thank you so much for the raid earlier. I really appreciate it. We were just in the middle of a podcast, and let me just close out of all of these cameras. Bam. Close this, and then go to studio mode. Also, I'm sure you're planning to take a nice long break after your stream. So if you have to go eat or sleep or anything, don't let me keep you up. And welcome everybody from Swixy Stream. My name is Jay. My favorite animal is a raccoon. And yeah, we're just in the middle of a podcast. We're going to be bringing a lot of guests on over the next few weeks. I've been reaching out. I think I reached out to you, Swixy. Did you leave me on red? Just kidding. Yeah, I'm just reaching out to like many different creators to see who's down to maybe just talk about BDO for just a little bit of time, you know. So, but yeah, again, thank you again so much for trusting me with your viewers. I'm just going to unset up the podcast here, close out of all of these tabs, close this, close that, save, close this, that. Okay, and get back into BDO. There, put the music back on. You missed it. Well, it's always gonna be on VODs. You can always watch it on my YouTube VODs or my Twitch VODs or on Blues VODs. Also, it's gonna be on Spotify and Apple Podcast every Saturdays as well. If you want to take a listen, this week was like was kind of, there was a lot of nice topics to talk about. I'm still like working on trying to contribute more to the discussion. I usually do a lot more of the like the background work. So, you know, managing certain topics, managing, you know, like, you know, as of now, just like bringing people onto the podcast. So I do a lot of the background work, and I'm trying to get better at speaking, but I can only speak so much. I try to my best to like write down my thoughts of what to say, but even still, like I'm still like very, what do you call it? I'm like envious at Blonde and Blue's ability to just have their thoughts just laid out for everyone to hear. And I don't know, maybe I just have like, I don't know, some sort of, you know, ADHD or something that sometimes I tune out a lot. Like when someone's like trying to, you know, talk about a big point and whatnot, I'm trying my best to like keep the attention going, and it's again, it's hard. Maybe you need some sort of practice, more practice essentially. Oh shit, did I change the, I'm so sorry, I didn't change the thing. Please turn farts. Oh yes. Let me turn everything back on. Hold on. Okay. Did that turn it on? I'm hoping it turns it on. Yes. Okay. Looks like it's back on. You want to be on the podcast, Dent? Oh, I will try my best to maybe manage. Maybe we could have like a group community podcast too. so we can get everybody in as much. Again, I want to try to do more organizing of getting people together, because I think the podcast is such a fun way to talk about a game that we're also passionate about. And so definitely I want to get as much of the voice as, you know, as possible, like out there, right? Again, this is such a cool experience to have been on the podcast, and I'm so very flattered and grateful and appreciative that Blue had asked me to be a part of the podcast, and we've been doing this for over 2 years now. This is episode 79. We don't do it every week. We've been actually on a bit of a hiatus, and we're trying to get back in the swing of things. So I'm trying to make sure that we can get it a lot more consistent. Our very first third, it was actually blonde. It wasn't Blonde who was our third. It was actually Tiltis, or for the initial like maybe 30 episodes, and then Blonde came in like around the 40th episode. So it's been a nice. We actually had Tiltis back for one of the episodes. It was like I think it was an anniversary. Was it an anniversary? But we had him back for one episode, just like as a return, which was awesome. I wonder what he's doing right now. Shruggy, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay. Let's get prepared for some grinding. I haven't grinded on my Woosa in such a long time. I actually have capped Agris. My Agris is capped. I don't know how long it's been capped. I think I hit a mob earlier that drained a bit of Agris, but I basically don't really play BDO until or like grind in BDO until I'm streaming. So we need to catch up with some grinding. Okay, let's go to the manor. Bullet points are your friend. Yeah, I do a lot of preparing ahead of time calendar. Actually, maybe it'd be easier if I show you what I usually do to give more transparency of these things. So let's say, here we go. So let me open this link here. I'll just take a screenshot of my points. And then I also have like thoughts, like I write down as well. So this is usually the dynamic of like I try to prepare every week is points to talk about. We don't usually go over like every single point. There's a lot of improvising that happens during the podcast. Like, you know, the whole talking point about like the hardcore servers was something that I wasn't really expecting or prepared for, and so that's why I didn't say too much. I do write down, like I would answer my own questions. So this is like, you know, it's like a two-parter, so there's a lot of like bullet points on things to talk about. Usually most of these things don't you know, translate over to the podcast. Again, we just go with the conversation of the flow, if that makes sense. We just go with the flow of the conversation, wherever the direction of the conversation takes us. And so it's that's why I'm like very jealous of people who are able to just know what they think. But I need some more time to like organize everything, which is, you know, I don't think it's always like a bad thing to be taking more time to organize your thoughts. Maybe that's a better way to be able to express, or what do you call it? Like explain things better, right? Is if you take a bit more time to think before you speak, you know? Yeah, oh my God, definitely. There was somebody else who had a very similar name to you, and I was like, wait, definitely, did you change your name? There was somebody else who had a very similar name to you. They also had definitely in their name, but with like extra letters. And I'm like, wait, did you change your name? And it was not. It was like a completely different person. So that like confused the heck out of me. Have a good stream, Jay. I have my friends of Fortnite squads because we want to be pros at the game. Oh sheesh, Fortnite. I never really got into Fortnite. Never really got into those competitive battle royale kind of games. Where is my horse? There it is. I saw your guide on YouTube. It's Giga. I just had to say thank you for the great video. Oh, thank you, Sushi. I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. I think that Woosa is such a cool and amazing class, and I hope that the guide that I made was able to show and like just show people how special of a class she is. So I hope you give her a try and love her as much as I do. We got 3 wins last night and we got 2 wins today. Oh sheesh. How long is a game usually for Fortnite? How long does it usually take? Oh wait, is Golden Pig up by chance? Golden Pig Cave? Let's go to NA. It is closed. How much worse is the free version of Golden Pig Cave? How much worse is it? I watched it even though I already knew everything you taught in the guide. Well, it's for those who don't know, right? Who's looking for some guidance. Okay, where is my usual spot here? Here it is. – 20% worse for Golden Pig Cave. 20% worse. Is that still worth grinding, or should I just only go there if it's open? I spent 2 days recording and editing the new PvP guide for Woosa. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you know, and I know, and anybody else who does like editing stuff, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, a lot of just watching over again and just making sure everything's right. And here's one thing that I would maybe have an advice for you definitely is like what's the word for it? Just like, okay, I always find mistakes. Like whenever I upload a video that has any like narrate, do you have subtitles? Because I find so many freaking subtitle mistakes that I mistype something. Is okay, the amount of times I re-rendered it. So I re-rendered my video like maybe 8 times because I just kept adding things. Is like let it cook for a bit, if that makes sense. Just like render it, but don't upload it right away. Let it sit with you for a day, watch it over again, and then until you're like then it like makes you sure that you're ready to upload it. Because I actually have like one little tiny like typo in my video that I I saw, and I'm like, damn, maybe if I waited just one more day to just like look over it one more time. There was also one section that I want, there's like one more tip that I want to add as well. So that would be my advice for you is render it and then don't upload it right away. Just wait on it. Just watch it over again from a new day, and then you'll get a better idea of whether you're finished or not with it. Because there's like a couple things that I missed that I wanted to add to the guide that I wish I had just like waited one more day to like make sure that I was ready to upload it. After I finished it, I closed video and went to Genshin. I didn't want to look at Woosa. Yeah, there's yeah, the video that I had, the guide that I had made was on the longer side. It was like quite a, there's a lot of editing, a lot of transitions, a lot of things to record, but I really wanted to put as much effort in it as possible. I didn't want to put anything that I wasn't proud of, you know, even though there's a couple mistakes here and there for like typos, and I missed out on a couple things to mention. I'm still very, very proud of that guide. And so I just want to quickly grab some more water, guys, before we get started here. So after I published the video, I had a lot of new things that I could have put. Yeah. That happens a lot to me as well, is you would publish a video and like, damn, I should have added this like one meme or this one edit and it could have been so much better. Frick. I have to go see you later. All right, Dent. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Good luck on your Fortnite games. Good luck. And thank you for the follow versus AI. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Just one moment. Oh, actually, I kind of want to go grab a snack. And so maybe I'll leave you guys with a... maybe I'll leave you guys with a daily dose or something. The greatest pizza delivery guy. Oh. Dak brought me here, so good last minute invite. Solid content today. Looking forward to watch more. Yes, thank you so much for hanging out versus AI. And Dap is definitely is such a cool guy. Definitely the community needs more people like him. I think the BDO community is also one of the best gaming communities I've ever been in comparison to like the World of Warcraft community. I don't know, I just felt a little bit disconnected in the World of Warcraft community. Maybe I just didn't meet the right people. And then I used to play a lot of League of Legends, and you know how that community goes sometimes. And so yeah, when I came into BDO, I had it's really like changed my direction of how my life is, you know. So but anyways, and I've been I've been trying to drink more water lately, and it's hard. I don't know if you guys try to get your 8 glasses of water a day, but it's for some reason for me it's super hard. So I'm trying to hydrate a lot more. So WoW and Lost Ark communities are very toxic, drama heavy, and League is it's on its own. Yeah, League is like there was this one friend that I have for League of Legends, and we still talk today. Like he's still like a good friend. I've known him for like over 10 years now, and we still talk from time to time, just catching up and stuff like that. And we had initially met in a gaming in League of Legends, right? And so hanging out with him like outside of League was really fun. Like he's such a cool guy to hang out with. He's very charismatic, and I appreciate his company. But when we're playing League together, like in the beginning it was okay, but later on, like maybe 3 or 4 years into just the game, it was not fun hanging out with him anymore playing League. You know, I still like enjoy his company outside of League, but whenever we played League together, it like towards the end of me playing League, like not playing League anymore, he would change into like a much different person. It was not the same person that I had come to enjoy the company of, if that makes sense. So that's all I'll say about that person to not, to not expose myself. But anyways, I've been mostly looking, but I'm going to head to bed. Take care and have a great rest of your stream. All right, Papalisha, thank you so much for hanging out and lurking. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the lurkers so much. I need to go grab some water and use the washroom now. So I'll leave you guys with a daily dose video for now. I will be right back.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. They got pizza delivery, and under the special instructions section, ask the delivery guy to knock 3 times, twerk, and run away. There's an airport on an island in the Caribbean Sea that lets you get really, really close. He somehow didn't see the glass. She decided it was time to finally get her hair dyed. Can someone else try this out to confirm this is real?
If you magnetize forks, apparently, the prongs, if they're 2 of the same fork, you can like flick electrons off of it, and then it like positively charges. That's pretty cool.
These scientists are trying to bring woolly mammoths back from extinction. They are doing some testing and wanted to see if they could edit the genes of a mouse. So they took regular mice and edited their genes to make them look like woolly mammoths. Here's a cool video showing how much someone's face can change depending on the lighting. How did he manage to pull this off? This truck that was carrying oranges broke down, so these elephants took advantage.
The guys have got a bit of a problem here. And the elephants are coming and helping themselves, taking advantage.
She wanted to see who was snoring so loudly. For some reason, the sewer cover was so hot that people were throwing eggs on it to watch it cook. She lost her ring when she was cooking and had no idea where it ended up.
Update.
Yes! I'm so sorry! But that's my ring!
I had no idea the skiers could deploy emergency brakes. Can you tell that the two of them are twins? This private space company that you have never heard of just landed their own spacecraft on the moon, and as a result, it gave us probably the clearest and most HD video footage of a moon landing ever. This guy dropped his sunglasses in the water, and this wild dolphin was nice enough to help out.
Tranquilos, no griten, no griten, no griten, no griten, no griten. Oliver! Oh,
Hello, I'm back.
God.
Oh, let me turn on all my
This dog
notifications here.
getting
One
injured
second,
so they can
guys.
get kisses from Dad.
Pog online poggers.
Yeah, Wendy is an understatement.
Share the
bread. Wow!
A giant 2-acre large beaver dam that has existed for many, many years suddenly broke and flooded his neighborhood.
Get your camera on the bottom part.
They were trying to figure out why the engine wasn't working properly.
Oh, the ads got you, Grizzly. I know.
No, no. Don't huff and puff at me.
Jay, thank you very much.
This dog refuses to go to bed unless they are also wearing a sleeping mask.
Are you good now? That's all you needed?
You guys are still using iPhones? Pathetic.
This pigeon was concerned for this cat. This is probably the coolest garage door ever. I think this guy was trying to tow his boat. She managed to find the secret
Okay.
stash.
Everything is good to go. Oh my god, what happened? Whoa.
He figured
the
out
cat
how
been
to
hiding?
communicate with the birds.
What? It's a bird call.
Look at him. He thinks he's a flamingo. Oh, now
Is
he's
he?
stretching his leg.
That's so cute.
He's like,
So this is pretty crazy.
Is that a
Our
mockingbird?
service dog has been
This is
trained to detect when she's about to faint before it actually happens.
Wait, what? How does he know? I don't get it. How do dogs know? Can they like smell like a chemical? Like there she's I don't what? How do they know? They're so smart. No.
Isn't
The
he
oven
talented?
glass.
He is so talented. I am so proud of him.
The dog knows that this cat isn't allowed to leave the
They
yard
can
and tries to
what?
stop him.
They can smell like the what is it? Whatever's making them faint. That's crazy.
I thought it would be fun to get a scan of my brain done, so here's a cool video showing what goes on inside of my head. I also wanted to say thank you for 20 million subscribers. That's amazing. That is super amazing because only like 450 other
my God, that was
YouTube
kinda
channels
scary.
have ever reached that number, which is
Not their
crazy to think
face.
about. So thank you for watching.
Hormone
and
changes,
I will
scent
see
changes,
you
and
very,
chemical
very soon.
imbalances? What?
Later.
Oh my gosh. How do you know this versus AI and travesty? Do you guys do anything in the medical field? Oh, there's this one. I haven't seen
Hello
this one yet,
everyone,
too.
this is your daily dose of internet.
Oh my god. Oh! Ew! Ew! Is that poop? What?
She wanted to show her dad a cool magic trick.
What was he balancing on? What was he balancing on, guys? Oh my god.
She wanted to show her dad a cool magic trick.
Turn invisible. Okay. I'm gonna put this right there. And I'm gonna go.
Oh! No! Shoot Gate! Oh no. Oh, what
This
kind
truck
of dog
driver
is
radioed
that?
this other truck driver to tell him a joke.
Yeah, what's up?
When you getting on Wilds?
Shut up.
Maybe we can get on tonight
How
after
does something
stream
like this even happen?
or something, or maybe I can stream it if you guys want to see some Wilds content. 200? No, I'm not 200. I'm close to 200, but I'm not 200. Like 180 or something.
This has to be the worst parallel parker of all time.
Someone should go help him.
Are you guys good at parallel parking?
He's gonna try. He's gonna hit that car.
Because I'm basically this guy too. I'm
These
basically.
guys found out that bamboo sticks are perfect for sliding down icy roads.
So much for a smart car, yeah.
I think
How is he
might
gonna
be
stop
guilty.
himself? How is this guy gonna stop himself? Doing it in yeah, okay. I'm just eating my dinner right now. Mike, so I'll join you guys right after I finish eating dinner. So maybe like 10-15 minutes I can get on. Ew!
Well, someone's mattress.
Maybe use aggressors? Oh, true.
So
True,
this
maybe I
is pretty
should
crazy.
grind for like an
opposition
hour
party in
and
the Serbian parliament got so upset with how
get
things
my
were
aggress
going
down
that they
first,
started
it's
throwing
true.
smoke bombs.
Maybe I'll grind 20k aggressors, which should only take like 10 minutes.
These weird robot tow truck things have been spotted in the UK towing
think.
away illegally parked vehicles. This driver somehow ran over this electric charging station and didn't notice and kept
What?
driving.
How do you not notice that? There's no way. There's no what?
This customer wanted them to set up a camera to get video footage of their tattoo process.
Oh!
These divers in Norway saw this come out of nowhere.
Oh my god. What is that? What is that? Why is that freaking dolphin so long? Is that even a dolphin? Is that like a baby whale?
So why does this dog sound like a human trying to be a dog?
It'll just go, yeah, that's what I do as well for any problems versus AI, is that if I run into any problems, I just like kind of just wait until it goes away, you know what I mean? Just ignore it until it goes away.
A few days ago, these window washers in New York City got tossed around from some high
Have you guys ever
winds.
been diving? Diving is terrifying for me. Have you guys played Subnautica? Holy, that game.
No control over
scares the heck out of me.
Poor guy just made a core memory after receiving an award.
Oh!
I just found out that ravens are actually huge.
Wait, that is the bird just that big? Or is the lady just small? You know?
So this is pretty crazy. This monkey was found taking care of this baby kitten.
Aww. Oh, is he nursing the baby kitten?
This dad is a genius for bringing a power drill to go sledding.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen that.
And ta-da!
I just found out what caterpillars sound like.
Dog. Sparrow. Caterpillar.
What? That's not what a caterpillar sounds like. What the? A sheep. Oh. Oh. What happened? Did someone throw food at her? It's like it just flung. Oh!
This company in Thailand claims to have the stretchiest cheese pizzas in the
I
world.
hope no pieces of glass went into his face. What the frick? Wait, he's doing it!
They were somehow recording at the perfect moment.
Where are they? I found the uniforms.
Oh!
At the prison.
Someone dropped their phone, and this elephant thought it was food.
My phone's on the... Wait, stop. No. The elephant's eating her.
Oh no! Oh
my god.
No! Oh!
Some herding dogs are getting lazy and starting to work from home.
Working from home isn't lazy. What the heck?
Babies
That's
reacting
productive.
to hibachi
Okay?
cooking.
It's productivity. Oh my god.
I feel like his spike strip needs to be longer.
Oh! Well,
this truck driver had no idea that his cargo was on fire.
You've been working for 14 hours? Versus, oh my, hopefully you've taken some breaks. Versus,
They recorded the exact moment this volcano exploded.
Don't work too hard, don't work too hard. Take some breaks, hydrate, get some food in you. It's a long time to work. Don't overwork yourself.
I would be so mad if I saw this.
Do you watch any animes versus AI? Because I'm sure you know if you watch any anime, but overworking can send you to a different world, you know? So. Wait, I thought the video was like fast forwarded, but it was not. What the frick? The wind is just moving that fast. What? Oh. How? There's no way,
This poor
right?
penguin keeps failing at building a nest.
They've done that before, haven't they? Oh.
Oh.
Come on. Oh,
She thought seeing a car
he's
completely
trying
wrapped
at
in
least. He's
plastic would be the
trying.
craziest car she would see today.
The whole car is saran wrap. Just. Oh my god, it got worse. What?
What?
He was upset that the dog park was closed.
Same.
I forgot.
So I guess if you live in Australia, you have to worry about cockatoos eating your house.
So. Oh,
Wait, why are they eating?
Oh, and I'll just go and have a bit of a yarn.
The wood? Is that the wood? What? Or metal? They're not eating.
That is the end of this video. Hope I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
My job is mostly consultancy, so I spend a good chunk crunching data and then writing emails, presentations. I'm safe from overworking because tomorrow I'll maybe do 3 hours. Oh, okay. So you're doing the brunt of the work now. Okay. As long as you're not working 20 or what would you say? 14 hours every day. Holy. Yeah, Daily Dose has been popping off. 20 million subscribers. Jesus. I haven't seen this.
These are the craziest animal encounters.
Craziest animal encounters. Oh. Oh.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
She almost got kidnapped. Oh. Oh my.
This bear thought that this guy was a little too close.
Oh. He's okay, right? Surely. Jesus. Where was that? Oh! Oh my god! That kangaroo! Kangaroos are only in Australia, right?
This family had their dogs out when a bear came into their backyard.
Oh my god, dude, that lady! That's insane. To protect her dogs? That's amazing. Oh shit!
These guys were on a motorcycle when a tiger started chasing
I don't think I
after
can do
them.
anything that involves water. Like going out into the open ocean, that scares the heck out of me. Oh shit! Oh my
This
god.
elephant was not afraid of this.
Was that an
safari truck.
ox? A wild kangaroo to an Australia. Damn. Dude, if you're a tourist right now. Oh! Oh my god. Is there insurance for something like that? Like something so like wild, like literally wild that happens that a reindeer just crashes into your shop. Is there insurance for that? The animals pay it. I see you're gonna sue
I
the
guess
animals,
deer had
right?
enough
Yeah.
and are starting to fight back.
Acts of nature not covered? There's no way. So that freaking reindeer is just a menace, man. Just ruining that shop's windows. Holy. Oh my god. The window being
This
broken should be
elephant wasn't
covered,
happy that
not.
They were being recorded.
How should not. I see it. Oh!
Okay.
Okay. Elephants scare me. Elephants scare
Here's what a pregnant
Dude,
great
aren't
white shark
elephants like
looks
super smart? Right? They don't like forget anything, right? They remember everything, right? So I'm like wondering what happened to that elephant for that elephant to cause them to act that way. Maybe they remembered something traumatic or something. Wonder if Hex has a moose encounter like Hex? Hexella?
This person
Hasn't
got a
had a
little
moose
too
encounter?
close to the ape enclosure at the zoo.
Felt
Eventually,
threatened?
the ape did let go, and the guy was totally
That
fine.
makes sense. Oh, is this another reindeer? Why are reindeers always jumping into
This
windows?
deer broke into a restaurant, but luckily nobody was hurt.
Oh.
These photographers realized that they were a little too close to a bear.
Oh, Hexella lives in Alaska, right? I totally forgot about that. I remember she mentioned that a while back. Oh, another elephant. Elephants are usually docile, right? Generally? Uh-oh. Oh. Maybe
He
not
went to
that
go
one.
save
Maybe
his
not that
dog
one.
that was being attacked by a kangaroo.
You big freak.
Uh-oh.
Let it go, Tonks. Let's go.
Yeah, back up. Dude! This kangaroo's so freaking ripped. He's so swole. What the
This
frick?
gorilla did not like how this girl was beating on her chest.
Dak also lives in I was going to say Australia, but in Alaska as well.
A sea lion slapped his kayaker with an octopus.
Eating with the elephants must have been a thing there, so they didn't think he would have attacked them. I see.
It's always good to test the waters before jumping in.
Oh no. Is there an alligator? Oh my. Yeah, there's a lot of alligators in there.
Oh, merda. No, no, stay. Stay firm, stay fast.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god. Josh.
Why is he approaching the bear?
Oh my god.
I feel like that's so stupid.
This guy found a baby cougar and
Why would you
quickly
approach a
found
bear
out
like
that
that?
the mom
What
was
the
close
frick?
by.
Run!
No. Go away. Go away. Please go away. No, go away. Go away.
Oh
no.
my.
No.
Oh my.
Yeah, so that just happened. Wow.
This man was brave enough to save his dog from a
Dude,
bear
he's even
attack.
showing how his hand is shaking. Oh my god.
A security guard heard a sound in the kitchen and went to go check it out.
Don't tell me there's like an animal in here. Is it a deer again? I swear to god, if it's another deer. It's a fuck. How does a fucking bear get? What? How does he even get in there? Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh my god!
Something tells me you're not supposed to do this.
I know.
Dude, that kid almost got kidnapped.
Don't get out.
No. No.
Okay, what would you guys do in this situation? Would it be safer to stay in the car or run away like he did? Because there's probably, I don't know, lions out here or something. Drive away? Oh my god.
Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me.
Sharks don't usually attack people, right?
This farmer was out doing work when a wild tiger came out of nowhere.
Oh! Jesus.
Oh,
The dude in the kayak looked like food?
oh
Suddenly,
That
the
would-
whale
that makes
came
sense
up
on
and
why
caught
that
this
shark did
kayaker in
that,
their
yeah.
mouth and brought them
He's
underwater.
hungry.
The whale let go of the kayak a few seconds later, and the person was unharmed.
Oh yeah, dude, these motorcyclists are so smart. Yeah, that's like the smartest thing to do. Make a lot of noise to scare the bear away.
This gorilla wasn't too happy to see these people.
Oh.
Raccoons are absolutely ruthless.
That whale was in an orca. Oh, little Jay, what are you doing, little? There's no way. There's no. Little Jay is like causing a scene. Not Pedro.
This hippo chased down a boat and broke
Are
its
raccoons
motor.
really that dangerous? I don't think they're that dangerous, right? Why would she be so panicked over a raccoon? I feel like that raccoon was just looking for a friend, you know? Oh, wait. Did that hippo just rip off the engine? Oh my God. Jesus. I'm pretty sure hippos are like one of the most dangerous animals in the world. Oh, that bear.
A giant squid was curious and started grabbing onto this person's surfboard.
Giant squid?
These fishermen had a close encounter with a bear.
Dude, okay, if there was a bear approaching me from here, I would be starting to. Why are they? Have they done this before? Why are they so calm? Actually, would it be better to stay calm? Because I feel like if you started running, the bear would start chasing you because of like animal instinct, right? So maybe it was smarter of them to just stay calm. You know? Oh!
Looking for a perfect.
Playing dead doesn't help either. Oh, wait.
What's this?
What's this?
Oh my God. There's a bird.
Wow.
The bird was just chilling. Wait, what? Wait, are those... What are those? Are those dolphins? Oh! He missed it! That's so sad. Oh, wait! No, Hexella, no! Hexella.
This paraglider was coming in for a landing and was instantly attacked by a gang of kangaroos.
What's up, Skip? Hey, let go! Oh, let go! Go away!
I feel like kangaroos are also dangerous,
He's
right?
just nice. He doesn't know. Oh, it's okay. Come back. They will. Look, he just has
Aww.
to. Yeah.
This person got a little too close to a whale and almost got slapped.
Oh!
He heard something outside his door but didn't know what it was.
Close the... There's
These
no
fishermen
way.
in Alaska were
Close
on
the
the docks when
door.
the unexpected
Why would you look at...
happened.
He's coming up right here, dude.
Oh, goodbye, fish.
This police officer tried to stop a crocodile with a towel. So I guess
yeah,
you're
he's the
supposed
paid
to hide
actor.
your face
Paid
and
actor,
lie
yeah.
down when you encounter a wild gorilla.
Good evening. I'm wondering if you have time to talk about your car's... The bear.
Go down, sit down. Sit down. You are safe. Don't worry. Sit down. Keep shooting. It's okay. Oh, no.
Elephants in the wild are learning
Wait,
to
is that
surprise
what you really
and
do
ambush
against a
cars to
gorilla?
look for food.
You just put your head down. Oh!
A swarm of monkeys took over the streets of a city in Thailand.
What? That's a lot of monkeys.
Because he's hunting.
So stay. Sean, stay.
Look.
Oh!
These tourists got a little too close to this buffalo.
I guess that's a tiger's like animal instinct, right?
Oh.
This guy had to pull over.
Everyone
to
at the
watch
elements
these two
were looking for
lynxes yell at each
food.
other.
As long as you don't look in their eyes, you'll live versus a gorilla. Oh.
This is so freaking cool.
Why do they sound like that? Oh shit. Oh.
I'm not sure, but I feel like this guy did the right thing in this situation.
There's a bear right here face to face with me.
Oh my god.
Whoa! I don't go.
Okay, you know what I noticed in a lot of these videos is that whenever there's like a bear encounter, I noticed that like they all kind of like stay calm. And I guess nothing happens, but maybe we only see the ones that nothing happens, because if something did happen, they probably wouldn't release the video. But like, is this like the right thing to do against a bear? Is just don't pay them any attention? What's happening? Depends on the bear time. Maybe that's depends on if they're hungry or not, or so I guess.
Whoa! I don't go.
Oh my god.
These surfers realized there was a
Was
great
that an
white shark
orca?
underneath them.
Oh, he found it. She's here. Oh.
I can't tell if he's really, really smart or really, really dumb.
Oh, there's no way. Did he at least get a good shot?
Imagine you're paddleboarding
He's
and an orca
smiling.
starts checking you out. These doctors were taking care of this lion when the lion suddenly woke up from being sedated.
So it ain't just finished, we're just finishing off this video.
This orca ripped the rudders off this boat so that it couldn't go anywhere.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
We lost both rudders.
So this is pretty crazy. Millions of fish decided to throw themselves on the beaches of the Philippines.
Wait, what? What kind of fish is this? Like sardines? I
This
mean,
hippo
that's
started
a lot of free
chasing after
food.
this tour boat.
Oh my god, hippos. No. How fast are hippos in the water? I feel like they're pretty fast now.
Holy!
Oh! What the frick was this? Was this like a cow? Was this like a cow with just really long... What the frick is that? It looks exactly like a cow, but she just like has oversized horns. Maybe it's like a cow variant. Oh.
These birds flew in and stole all the fish he was trying to catch.
Wait, can birds swim? Can those kind... I guess they can, right?
The whole house is raining birds, raining gas.
Oh!
This crew chased after a whale for 3 hours because they
I was
saw
in the
that it
mountains
had a
4 years
rope
ago,
wrapped
saw
around
fresh
it.
bear marks
So
in
they
the snow.
jumped
The
in
next day,
and
there's
managed to
news reports
finally
that
cut
2
it off.
UK tourists were attacked by bear and were taken by a helicopter. Oh my god, so you literally just dodged a bullet. Holy.
Cut it! Oh! Did you get it?
I think the closest to an animal encounter, if you even count this, is like is like squirrels and raccoons, I guess, would be like the most wild encounters I've ever had. I've never encountered anything bigger than anything like that. You had a bear spray.
This seal was about to get eaten by orcas, but
Hippos
found
give 30
safety on the
wait,
back of this
that's
boat.
pretty fast. What the frick? Like on
That is
land,
the end
30
of this
kilometers
video.
per
I
hour
hope
on
you
land?
enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Holy. Jesus. Okay, guys. I'm actually gonna send you guys over to someone because I don't want to like I don't want to like switch games, and you guys are probably trying to get like BDO drops and stuff like that. So I think the right thing to do here, since all of you guys are here, is to send you guys over to another BDO channel, so that you guys can keep getting. Because I would feel bad to just like have all the viewers and then we just play a different game. So I'll send you guys over to someone to support, both viewer wise and drops wise. So who is online right now? Good night. Thank you, Wispy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, let's send you guys over to LV Yeti. I had asked him to come on the podcast sometime, and so this would be probably a good time to introduce myself. I'm starting to feel abandoned. Went from Moshi to Lao and to on streamers in Wilds to Jay. Well, don't worry. I'll be back, doggone. Tomorrow 9 a.m. Tomorrow 9 a.m. I'll be online for our boss splits, and we'll be on all day tomorrow. Tomorrow 9 a.m. PST. So about 12 hours from now, I'll be back online. So I'll see you then. Thank you guys so much for watching. Can you guys do me the biggest favor, and do the raid emote? What character? That's my Woosa. That's my Woosa. Isn't she pretty? Woosa's so pretty. Oh man, she's amazing. But yeah, can you guys spam my raid emote when we head over to Alvietti? I'll see you guys over there. Bye.